Good morning, everybody, and thank you for tuning in to Good Morning Gunchannels. This is episode 21. And yes, unlike most days, I don't have a Red Dawn intro for you today. I had a bit of bad news last night, and I'm a bit pissed off. So I couldn't come up with anything that didn't sound too offensive. I got a phone call last night at about 11:30 my time from a friend who lives near Manchester, England. For those of you who haven't heard, a couple of goat fuckers decided that they wanted to drop some bombs at an Ariana Grande concert, and his daughter's in the emergency room right now. She almost bled out from a wound in her neck, so he was there all night sending me text updates. As of this morning, 22 people are dead, more than 50 are wounded, including my friend's daughter. It was a rough night. I called him, I think, 2 times in the middle of the night just to check up on him, and he ain't slept yet.
And these ignorant motherfuckers on the left still want open borders.
Yeah, basically, he and I came to the conclusion that this is exactly what happens when you let liberalism and idiocy run rampant. And he basically gave me a stern warning saying, don't let these people in. They're Trojan horses, they're wolves in sheep's clothing. And, our left is just bleeding hearts, metaphorically. But until their bleeding hearts are literal, they're not going to act. Until a few of their family die, they're not going to react, which is just pathetic. So that was my evening. Normal service will more than likely resume tomorrow. When it comes to my little clips, it's just I didn't get much sleep and I'm not feeling well. And that was like the icing on the cake. I was pissed. I want to see Mad Dog Mattis go up on stage today and just declare war. That's it. Just I want him to run out of Moabs to use. Use them all.
I don't know, man. I actually got real good news today. So,
You got your Social Security cleared.
yes, supposed to be getting money today.
Congratulations.
So, if I bolt out of here, it's because I got money and I ran to the gun shop.
All right, so it looks like this morning's topic of the day will be help Tony pick a new gun. I know, got to be a Ruger.
I don't need help picking. I already know what I want.
What is it going to be?
Another single action revolver, so I can use it cowboy action shooting, plus probably the Marlin 44 Magnum lever or Henry, whatever they got.
So 2.
Yeah, I don't want to blow it all today.
Have you ever handled one of those? I gotta get the exact model, otherwise I'll screw it up. I think it's a Vaquero. Since you want to do cowboy action.
The Vaquero is what I want.
Yeah, it's a Ruger Vaquero. I think it's a Talo edition, and it's got the bird's head grip on it. They're really nice.
Don't want that. I have enough trouble hanging on to the 44 with the regular grip. I don't need that rounded little sumbitch.
Yeah, that's my only concern is it's gonna want to spin in my hand. But the one I want, I'll show you a picture of it. The one I want
I'm
is
sure
actually in 45 Colt, because you can get a conversion. Or sorry, the one I want's in 45 ACP, because you can buy the Colt cylinder for it. That way you can convert it over if you want. And the ACP one is the harder of the two to find. I put the link on the internal for you. But that's a really, really cool pistol. Like the only ones I ever see are the Colt. It is, yeah. I like the finish on it. The bird's head grips are made out of the same laminate that your Black Hawk Hunter has, that gray wood looking color. I really like that.
Have you handled the gun?
Yeah. I've played with the 45 Colt ones a lot. And
they're
heavy.
Their cuts for the grips are kind of shitty.
You mean where they line up with the frame?
No, I mean how they've rounded it as it comes up to the back of the frame.
Oh, you're saying it doesn't contour correctly.
It's it needs to be rounded more farther up.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them like that. I don't know if they're hand finished. The two Colt ones that I messed with, they actually were. They were pretty close. But I know what you mean. Sometimes they stick up a little too high, or they don't curve in at the same contour of the steel.
That's a problem with mine. Now I'm going to order a new set of grips for it and see about getting them fit.
Yeah, I really like those. I mean, it's going to be a companion piece to the Outlaw that I want first because I already had one Outlaw and I sort of had a deal come by, so I let it go. I want to get another one.
I want either the Vaquero or the single six.
That's going to be a little harder to find, isn't it?
Uh,
I don't see shops carrying it.
Either one's a little difficult to find around here because CAS isn't that big of a thing yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I always thought that if I was going to do competition, that I would have. I'm going to go with Cowboy Action instead of just like three gun and all that other crazy stuff because it just seems to me like the competition would be. It would still be fierce, but there would be less of them to compete against. I could be wrong though.
I I have no idea, man. I know that my range does it, uh, and the owner of the range is actually the one who really started pointing me towards it when I bought this gun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, man. Yesterday
it's
I
it's
was.
not a it's not a run and gun thing. So
Yeah.
my physical limitations aren't going to be a real issue.
They do the Hogan's Alley type thing on some of them though. I've seen that.
I don't know. I'm Now that I got some income, I'm going to try to go and watch a few,
Mhm.
see what's going on when they have them. But I am going to buy the guns because even if I don't get into it, still a gun's a gun.
Yeah. Man, they are keeping me busy
I
this
might
week.
opt for the 629 also. I'm thinking about that.
Well, since you mentioned it, if you were gonna do the two cowboy guns for that kind of money, you could probably get that 29 that you want, the blued one. It's something to consider since that's one of your bucket list guns.
Yeah, but so's the freaking singles.
True. It's just which one do you want more? Like the 29 is going to be probably harder to find just the way you want, whereas the Vaqueros, they're still making those. They're everywhere, you know?
I I was looking at a 5-inch 629. I'm thinking about that for carry.
Mhm. Hashtag handful carry. My I don't know if G updated gun channels or something, but I don't see users' avatars anymore.
Yeah, the avatars are gone.
Okay.
Uh, it's a little bit different.
Okay. Yeah, I
I
see the
think
names when they're typing out messages.
I think he's trying to sort down the problems that's making it.
Oh, and I know what it is. I told him what it is because I did it yesterday as just an experiment to see if the feature was still there. And as of this morning, it's still there. I still see it, but I'm not going to do it because every time I mess with it, it freaking makes gun channels run really slow. So I let him know yesterday. I think he's trying to figure out how to get it removed because I mean it's cool and all. It's just I don't think either his server is not powerful enough to run it, or the way it's set up to fetch things, it fetches everything at once, so it bogs down the system, and then he has to reset it. So I'm not going to disclose in public what it is, but I told Dano Sunday. He was like, "Oh, that, yeah." So
Well, it would be nice if we could get the chat to come off and run by itself. Independent of
well, back in the
the
day, they used to have this
page.
feature, this program called IRC, which was like a text-based ASCII chat thing, where you would log on to a IRC server, but it was low traffic because it was just text, you know. no pictures, no anything, which was nice. But that's old technology. Like this is what took over. This looks the chat box in here looks exactly like IRC, except the users' names were on the right instead of on the left.
I ran an IRC server some years ago, right after Lycos closed down all their chats.
I ran one channel. It had a trivia bot on it, and then I was into like fan subs or whatever back then. So I was part of like 16 or 17 groups. So my IRC took up a whole screen because I had a bunch of little windows everywhere in it, keeping track of everything that I was, everyone I was talking to. There is one hell of man. I got a to-do list already. That's huge.
I ran it like it was just basically a chat site, and I don't remember. It had a dozen different chat rooms.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, everything had like a pound symbol before you joined it.
And oh hell, I can't remember that kind of detail. But trying to run a site off of my own personal server through 4 phone modems just was too problematic.
I remember the operator's name. Yes. See, Raphael put the command link in there.
This was before the proliferation of being able to get out there and use servers to operate your stuff as a service.
Oh, he took the emojis out because they didn't work anyway.
Yeah, I think he said that yesterday.
Yeah, well, if they're not going to work, why have them, right? I think the problem with the emojis was when you used them, they were pulling up the wrong link to put the picture in the chat box. Put the bunny back in the chat box. Yeah, man, yesterday I felt like shit. Like it was 3 days straight. My whole weekend was ruined by it, and then it was at its peak yesterday. Today, it feels like I've got a bruise right on my chest plate, like the breastplate. Feels like there's a bruise there, and it's a bit tight. Like I need to pop it. That kind of feeling. Other than that, I'm pretty normal today. It's frustrating. I emailed my insurance guy yesterday about my cards, and he wrote me back. He was like, "Give me a call when you get a chance." So I did on the way home, and he wasn't there. I was like, "God damn it."
I don't know. As long as it stays kind of damp and dreary, I feel like crap.
Yeah, I've got a reprieve. It was pretty bad on Sunday, and yesterday it was kind of rainy. But they said the house is going to come down this evening on the drive home from work. I'll deal with it when I get there. I'm going to pick some weird things today for movie of the day and gun of the day. You'll probably like them. Let's see if I can find it first. And I know you've seen it.
I've seen lots of shit. I just absolutely can't remember. I sat down last night and I watched the Disney version of Robin Hood, with the fox, animated fox.
Yeah.
Critters. And I know I've seen that movie a dozen times. and I absolutely did not remember any of it. And it was just like I was watching it for the first time, and I was actually stunned because I know for a freaking fact that I've watched it. And within the past few months, because I put it on for the little girl and sit here and watched it with her.
I don't know. I always find new things replaying Disney movies. Hmm. I
And I
called in my
started,
local radio show the other day. They were doing what they call a lightning round. For those of you who listen to this, there's a guy here in Houston. His name's Michael Berry. He grew up in Orange, Texas, and he became a lawyer. He actually went to school in, I think, Oxford in England, got his law degree. Then he came back to the States and he got his law degree here too. So double. Anyway, he does these things on a show called lightning rounds, where he takes flash calls, where you just answer his question and then he goes on to the next guy. And I think it was Friday morning. He was like, "We're gonna do a lightning round, and it is for the most underrated television shows of the 80s or 90s." And a lot of them were just crap. And then I called in, and he was like, "Caller, go." And I said, "Sledgehammer," and he lost his shit. He was so ashamed that he forgot about that show. He was like, "Oh yeah, the '80s bazooka carrying, liberal hating cop." He was like, "That was one of the most underrated shows in history."
that was a good show.
Yeah, it was. I was thinking about who could replace him as somebody to play the character, and I think I have the perfect actor now after seeing him. The kid who plays in The Sun, who I said looks like the guy from The Iceman. I know that's vague. I'm trying to remember his name.
Well, after I had watched The Fox and the Hound, after I watched Robin Hood, I started watching The Fox and the Hound. And within 10 minutes, I was so fucking pissed off at the anti-hunting message. I'm like, fuck this.
Don't watch Bambi.
Bambi ain't as anti-hunting as The Fox and the Hound.
Yeah. All right, so I think the guy who could play the part is that kid in The Sun who I said looked like Michael Shannon yesterday. He could be the next Sledgehammer. You can tell he's a decent actor. He could probably pull it off. But he might be too young for it. Maybe it has to be Michael Shannon. I think he could pull off Sledgehammer. I mean, he's already proven he's versatile. He played bumbling idiots and he's played serial killers. You know, it's like if you can do those two things, you can pretty much do everything in between.
Well, history has shown that the most underrated television show in history was Star Trek.
I think it might have been one of the most misunderstood. Maybe that's what made it underrated.
I mean, it's actually documented fact in history that Star Trek was way underrated
Hmm.
as to what it turned out to be in the end as far as its popularity goes when they put it on at a time of day that people could actually watch it.
Right. Gorgeous heavy shoes. Yeah, in a minute I got to go out to my warehouse and pull parts for like an hour. That's gonna suck.
It was too cerebral for the 60s. Yeah, in a way. And people didn't understand Roddenberry's idea of saying commentary about the status of society at the time that you would normally would get censored for. And then the fact that, all of us young males thought Kirk was awesome because he fucked a woman on every planet on planet Earth. Well, okay, let me rephrase that.
In the universe.
In the universe, yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to share something with you. I can't say it out loud or I'd be dinged immediately.
Yep. Social Security told me that I'm supposed to be getting my first disability payment today, but I haven't got it yet. And I called the Social Security office just to confirm that they had the right bank account number because my writing is kind of shitty. And they did. And she said the server's down. So she can't check if it's there, and it probably isn't because the server's down. I'm like, okay.
That's not.
She said if it doesn't show up by this afternoon, call me back. Okay. I was figuring I was going to wait another 6 fucking months. Yeah, they probably had to beam in antibiotics at every freaking port just to keep Kirk from dying from every alien venereal disease out there.
Right.
Yeah, universal penicillin. Well, they could have just put a subcutaneous, slow dissolving version under his skin. So, they just had to do it like once a month to keep him safe. Kirk didn't go to Farpoint. That was Picard. And actually, not Picard. That was Riker. That was at Farpoint.
Now that's funny. It's been slower on Gunchannels the last 2 days. Or if this new system keeps messing with people.
Yeah.
I've got a really good quiz for you guys today, too. I managed to score 19 out of 20, but it wasn't easy.
I would say that I hope I'm here for it, but I hope the hell I'm not because I'd rather be at the gun shop.
So you that guy today, sitting on your porch waiting for that check?
Goddamn right I am.
No,
Except I'm sitting on my computer waiting for it to hit my bank.
I was gonna say, knowing your luck, it's gonna be the exact moment where your daughter's like, "I need you to watch my granddaughter." You're like, not again.
She's going with me.
Oh, cool. Wait, the daughter or the granddaughter?
Granddaughter.
Okay.
Yeah, I've already been asked to watch her at 11. I'm like, that's fine. Just be sure you're home for the sun because I may not be here. Where are you going? That ain't none of your fucking business.
Now that's funny.
What the hell? She's 5. It's time for her to get used to being in a gun shop.
that's going to be in my movie. Oh, it was Australian too.
I was actually kind of surprised because they said that they made the determination yesterday, and I would receive a letter in the next few days, but my first payment was supposed to be deposited today.
Mhm.
That's cool. That ain't what I was told initially. I was told it was going to take a couple months after I got approved for disability. Lady's like, nope, once you're approved, you got direct deposit. It goes right then. It's not a whole hell of a lot, but it beats the living fuck out of nothing.
Yeah, this will work. I'll use this today. That covers the movie and the gun of the day. Thanks for the
It,
vehicle.
it is enough that me and the old lady will be able to take care of all of our bills and stuff and still have a little bit of money to do stuff with.
When does she hit retirement age?
Uh, she absolutely won't retire until she's at least 65 and probably 67. So
She got a
11
job that
years.
deals a pension though?
Oh, yes.
Awesome.
She's got, I don't know how many thousand in 401k.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I think,
My dad makes more retired than he did at his last job, last two jobs, as a matter of fact, because he gets military pension, which is more than his Social Security, and he gets Social Security. And then my mom just started getting it this year. They're making like 2.5 times what he used to make at his last two jobs. It's crazy, but he put in the time. He earned it, you know. Cannot complain. Oh yeah, forgot. See, I'm hosting today. Now I have to remember all the stuff I do. I should really show prep before I even leave the house. It's just I have a hard time getting out of bed.
no, show prep when you go home.
I should do that, but by the time I'm done settling the house, it's already 11 o'clock.
You know that me and Jimmy actually would show prep right after the show,
Yeah,
and then the first probably 15 minutes of the show, we wouldn't go live,
yeah.
and we'd get together with the ideas we'd looked up separately and order that shit that way.
I have something that will appeal to Night Strike today. Well, thankfully, I don't have to do Girl of the Day because we have a Girl of the Day czar in the chat today. So
We have a girl of the day in the chat. You mean Hugs?
no. We have a czar of finding the Girl of the Day. I
Oh,
let Angry do it. He's got exquisite taste. So I overruled him on Friday just because I thought that was the day that Wonder Woman was going to come out, but I was a week off, maybe 2 weeks off actually. Hmm.
I think probably the best looking woman I have ever seen, bar none, is the Bond girl in For Your Eyes Only.
Wait a minute.
And I have no idea what her name is.
Carol Bouquet.
Yep, that's her.
She's okay. I'd have put Raquel Welch way over her though. She's way before my time too.
Not me. I mean, nothing against Raquel Welch, but the eyes on that woman are outstanding.
Claudine Auger was really hot. She was a girl that played domino.
Yes, she was.
Super hot. Damn it, now I forgot what I was doing. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll put this in there just because I'm personally fascinated with it. Oh, that's a good one too. Ooh, this is a good one. I can't believe this is in here again.
You know, if you slow down the movie from Russia with Love frame by frame, at the point where she's climbing into that rubber raft,
I know where
and
you're
pay
going with this.
attention,
I know exactly where you're going with this.
you could see if she's ovulating or not. I'll put it that way.
Oh my god. Oh, that's why they didn't add it. Okay. That makes sense. Hmm.
I actually stopped that thing to answer the phone once on just exactly that spot, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
Like, would you look at that?
Back then, I had a really high quality VHS. It was on VHS at the time, a VHS recorder that would do really clear zooms. Son of a bitch.
Hmm.
I couldn't tell you, man. I haven't shot it enough. Sean might be able to answer that, but I can't.
What's the question?
Reloading 44 mag, which affects hitting high more, powder charge or seating depth? I don't think seating depth would be quite as critical as the crimp.
Well, it's going to depend on the distance. Okay, so he's hitting high at 20 yards. Typically, it really depends on how your sights are set up. For instance, my 629 competitor, I can draw a smiley face at 3 yards, obviously. I can drill holes at 10 yards, but it shoots 4 inches high at 25 yards. And the reason for that being is because I've got the rear sight set up to 10 yards. It tends to still want to arc upward at longer distances. So when I'm at 25 yards, I have to have a 6 o'clock hold 4 inches below the bullseye to hit the bullseye. You just have to think about the
Uh,
ballistic arc as the bullet leaves the barrel. Sometimes it still wants to climb a little bit, and it hasn't hit that arc where it starts to drop yet.
if yours are hitting higher than factory loads, I would suspect that they're just traveling faster.
Yeah, because all the seating depth is going to do is raise the pressure for a little bit of velocity. But I mean, if they're light loads too, I'm thinking it's maybe the hold or where the sights are set. If it has adjustable sights, just figure out where it's zeroed for. Because I mean, from 10 to 25 yards, there's a substantial change in point of aim on a 44. Like I can do a bullseye hold at 10 yards, but I have to do a 6 o'clock 4-inch hold at 25 because it's the way I have the sights set up.
Tight group 5 grains isn't overly light. It would be way, way hotter than any cowboy action stuff you're getting with like a 7 3/4 grains of uh, what is it, Trail Boss. I would absolutely advise against running tight group in a freaking 44. If you want light loads, go to Trail Boss.
That's a really light load for 44 Magnum. The standard load in tight group is like 9 grains.
Well, but there's the issue of space in the case.
Thankfully,
So
with a 44 Magnum, it doesn't matter. Like it can take it. It's one of the few that I don't worry about. That about when he said 5 grains, I was thinking he was loading 357 Magnum for a minute.
no, 5 grains is what they consider a load for lead rounds. But for a light load, if you look at the velocities on it, the tight group's quite a bit higher velocity than the other powders that they're running beside it because tight group is really fast.
Yeah, I'm seeing 5.2 to 6 grains of tight group on 357 Magnum. So I mean, what you're doing for 44, that's almost below special. That's like 44 Russian type loading right there. Yeah, 44 special people are putting 7.5. So I mean, you're doing fine.
I can tell you from this point, I will not use tight group in 44 ever again.
I don't think I ever have. I usually use it for 357.
I did 2 shots, blew the fucking gun up.
Yeah, but that was just a measuring error.
Yes, that was 14 grains of powder.
Yeah, powder itself is fine.
And that's precisely why I won't use tight group because it's easy enough to really fucking overload it. You put seven grains of max is 11, actually 11.9.
Ooh, this is a dark spot in gun history.
You put 7 grains of Trail Boss in the case, and it's full. You're starting to get close to compressing it. At 7 3/4, I think.
Yeah.
And I won't put tight group back in 44. It's too damn easy to make a mistake.
Ooh, that's a good one too. I will do show prep for tomorrow when I get home from work today, for sure.
If you want to load Magnum loads with it, Ogden 110 or Winchester 296, they're the same damn thing. They're not an economical load, but it will perform in Magnum fashion. I still have about 25 or 50 rounds of freaking 44 that I got to pull and check the weights on that I loaded with 10 grains of tight group. God knows if I actually put 20 in there, I ain't putting them in my fucking gun. But honest to God, I suggest avoiding tight group in large cases because it's just too easy to overload by mistake. Because it requires so little powder and volume to make big freaking pressure, and the gun doesn't perform, ballistically all that great with it. If you look at the muzzle velocity of the round compared to the chamber pressure, it's just not there like it is with 110 or 296. That's one thing I'm probably going to pick up when I go to the gun shops. Another 2 or 3 pounds of 296.
Oh, you got the money to go progressive now if you want.
I'm not going to.
Don't load enough.
Nah.
See, I'm the same way. Like, I don't mind. I heard Matt talking about it on his Sunday show. He was like, I'm not going to buy a reloading setup unless I get a really good one where I can make a couple thousand rounds. And I understand the thought process behind that. It's just, when I do it, it's because I don't get to go out shooting as often as I want to. So when I reload a set of rounds, I'll take 2 days to do it. Like I'll do all the prep in one day and crimp in the next day if I have to.
Well, the thing is I initially started loading for accuracy in rifles, and that's what my setup is meant for. I just do the handguns because I can with the setup, and I'm not going to change setups. I do not ever want to progressively load rifle rounds.
Okay, so Aylward's question is if it's the faster the bullet, the slower the rest of the arc. I would say no. I think what it is, well, let me see if you answered that question earlier.
The faster the bullet, the higher the rise of the arc, not slower. It would just go up a little higher before it starts to tip back down.
Oh, you did not just say that.
Why, I certainly just did.
No, something pinkly. Oh, yeah. Roger Moore died.
Really?
God damn it.
That sucks.
Now I have to pay tribute to the Bond I didn't like.
I was kind of paying tribute to him because he got Carol Bouquet.
Well,
But if they have higher muzzle velocity, their arc is gonna go a little bit farther upwards before it starts to come back down. So yes, it's gonna hit high. Say if you tend to think of faster rounds as having a flatter trajectory, but you're putting them in a gun that's set up to shoot the slower rounds accurately, the faster rounds are going to travel up or at the same angle coming out of the gun, but because they're going faster, they're going to go farther going up and hit higher. But if you set the sights to match them, they would in fact be a little flatter trajectory. It's a little bit difficult to explain without going into some stupid uh, mathematical shit that I don't really want to because I don't remember it well enough to not look it up.
It's funny. I was writing the post on my Facebook, and then my buddy Jeff sends me a message. He's like, "Roger Moore died." I'm like, "I know. Fuck. Thanks, Pink."
That fucking blows.
All right, so Aylward, I was thinking the reason that it was doing what it's doing is sighting. If it has adjustable sights in the rear, it could be 0 to 10 yards. So check the sighting, see where it zeroes out at first. Because if
Well, if it's sighted in for a bullet that's going slower, uh, it will tend to be hitting higher with the faster round. Just the nature of the ballistic trajectory for the same weight bullets, that is. If you think of it, if you think of it as gravity affecting the bullet, it affects it in terms of time. So it travels up for a long enough time, the gravity starts pushing it down. Well, if the one bullet's traveling faster than the other one, it's going to go a little farther in that same length of time before it starts to head downward. So yes, it will hit higher. I hope to hell I thoroughly confused you on this. Oh shit. Yes, Clay, that is correct. That's pretty much what I was getting at. The faster bullet will travel farther before it drops the same distance as the slower moving one.
Oh wow, I didn't drop. Imagine that. Yeah, I think you're right, Aylward. That's kind of, I don't know. I mean, I look at it in realistic, just real world application. You know, I know I'm sighted at 10 yards. I know what it's going to do at 25. So it's just a matter of learning how, where your holds are and where you zero. Sorry about that. I got a call from that dude, so I was really curious. It says she's stable. She's had to undergo like 10 blood transfusions. She's had more blood put in her than she can normally carry. I'll just put it to you that way. Can't wait to see what my phone bill looks like with all these international charges.
I don't see muzzle rises having much effect because it's so goddamn quick.
Oh, it will. I mean, I've got real world proof doing it on mine. Oh, I gotta take the broken one. And now we make the trek to go get parts. Anyway, start with the one I need. Good job, George. Good job. Oh, please be in here. Yes. Yes. I have to climb boxes today. Yes. All right. I can't see the chat right now because I'm not near my desk. So if there's any questions, you'll have to just read them out. The entire history of the day thing finished, though. We'll get into that pretty soon. We'll get into the quiz as soon as my boss and his wife goes out to lunch. That.
I have no idea about the heavy caliber thing because I don't ever use them.
I want to say that the biggest 44 round I've loaded was 370 grains, but don't quote me on it. It's been so long since I had it. It was a big, big bullet, though, for 44.
I ain't one for using heavy for caliber stuff. Most of the time I'm loading light for caliber.
Shit. Man. I got the broken dolly today. Lucky me. My warehouse guy runs over it. Shit, one short. I have vacation for like 6 weeks. That'd be good.
You may get what you want.
Yeah.
You're off his ass and does his job.
Right. Like 6
I think,
weeks. Supplemental income.
I think to speak to what Clay said, I think the issue with heavier caliber bullet weights is rifling issues more than just the weight. Because the heavier for caliber bullet weights require a tighter spin, a faster twist, whatever you want to call it.
I thought it was the other way around.
No.
I thought the 1 in 9 twist AR barrels, like the heavier bullets, were the 1 in 7s are ideal for standard size or whatever.
Nope, it's backwards. The heavier bullets need faster twist.
All right. I mean, that makes sense too. Shit. It's supposed to rain like hell. I can't even see it so bright outside.
Which is what always made 30-06 superior to 308, because generally 308s were 1 in 12 twist, 30-06 is 1 in 10, which was acceptable for lightweight bullets and also up to like 250 grain bullets, where the 308 wouldn't do the light ones or the heaviest ones, either one very well. Now they adjust that these days, but most of your loading data doesn't include the lightest bullets or the heaviest bullets for 308 caliber for a 308 round. What the hell's that, Smeg? You losing your mind or something? Yeah, there is no policy that reduces firearm violence with the exception of everybody having a freaking gun. Oh, that reminds me. Today I saw my local news where a pizza guy said he was held up with an AK-47. So this must be the first case that I've ever heard of where a gun actually held somebody up.
Did it have an accent?
I didn't say.
This is a stick up. Pizzas, give me your rubles, nobody gets hurt.
According to what I read from long range guys, bullet drop isn't really that much involved with accuracy because that's the one thing you can compensate for.
Yep.
Wind drift,
Familiarity.
I don't know. The dude just said he was held up by the gun.
That's fine. But he gets hugged.
Considering it happened in a seedy area on the south side of Peoria, I doubt that it had a Middle Eastern accent. But I wasn't there, so I don't know. I think I'm going to teach my rigger to rob banks. I got to find me some armor piercing rounds so it can shoot safe open, but
No, just call Lee Van Cleef with a drill and some acid. He'll take care of you. We're gonna wait the whole month if we have to.
I'm not going to be involved. I'm just having the gun do it, since how guns are doing it these days, evidently.
Yeah. Send it on its way.
Fucking stupid media. God damn, that shit pisses me off.
Blame the tool, not the person using it.
Now they're actually fucking accusing the tool.
It's all your fault.
I'm serious. I mean, that's exactly what they said. He was held up by an AK-47. Not by a man with an AK-47 or a woman or dog. Just a gun.
That would be embarrassing. Held up my dog with an AK.
How is precision different than accuracy?
Well, usually precision refers to build quality, tolerances, and things.
Precision shooting, though, is
When I
by
hear
definition accuracy.
when I hear that, I think of those guys who have those crazy little railgun looking things. And they hand load their bullet right before they fire it. That's what I think when I hear precision shooting.
Yeah. They have a gun that costs about $40,000.
Which doesn't even look like a gun. It just looks like a barrel on a vise.
Yeah. I was watching some cowboy action shooting videos, and they had these tip-out pouches on the front of their gun holster for reloading. And that on no freaking cowboy's outfit.
Yeah, even Clint Eastwood, all he did was carry a spare cylinder already ready to go.
I fail to see the freaking difference.
What? shit. It's heavy on one side only. Not cool.
My definition of precision and accuracy is if I put the crosshairs of my scope on a squirrel and I pull the trigger with a hole in his head.
I know a guy who does that with air rifles. He's really accurate. Squirrel Hunter channel on YouTube. That is incredible. All right, now I gotta go back through there again.
Oh, come on, government, get off your ass and send me my money.
You're expecting this payment today, right? Sorry. You're expecting this payment today, right? I am coming in, right?
At this moment, you're cutting out.
All right, it's probably where I'm standing. How about now?
Still cutting out.
Shit. All right, how about now?
I heard all of that, I think.
All right, so you're expecting your payment today, right? And it's electronic.
I'm what today? I didn't hear the...
It's the wireless in my building. All right, so if you're expecting payment today electronically,
Yes.
you probably won't see it until 4 o'clock Central Time because it's electronic. They just do them at the end of the day. Maybe. My dad's Social Security payments always come in the middle of the night because they do them in batches.
Well, the lady said to call her back this afternoon if it didn't show up because she couldn't check on it right now because the system was down. So
12, 13.
I was actually shocked that I got it. I got my notice actually this morning.
Yeah.
That I was approved and that I was going to get my first payment the 21st of June. And then I looked on the payment history and it said I had one today. One-time payment today.
So now it's just a matter of figuring out which one's the real one.
No, they're two different things. The one that's supposed to go in today is the back payment. State firearm laws. We don't need no fucking state firearm laws.
Man, I wish this guy's arm would heal faster.
All right, now I'm curious.
That's what it's there for. So what is it?
I don't know. It's not letting me view the data.
So my dad's a little pissed off because my mom set him up at the doctor's office. He thought he was taking her in for an appointment, and then all of a sudden they called his name. He's like, no, there seems to be a mistake. And they're like, no, sir, it's for you. You're going to see a neurologist today. He's like, what? About my dad's short-term memory being all fucked up.
He's really fucking old, man.
I know. And he's like really pissed off about it. And I'm like, look, man. I said, you don't even realize you're doing it. But, you know, if it's a supplemental thing where they're just like, well, just take this once a day, it'll help. And you should be fine with it. Damn, why the fuck do my ribs hurt so bad? Like on the opposite side too. I feel like I got hit by Mike Tyson.
Well, it looks to me like Illinois is number 3 in numbers.
doing a match very soon.
I don't know, man. It ain't letting me see anything. So well, shit. I don't care if it shows up at 4 o'clock. That's fine. I still got time to go to the gun shop. They don't close till 7.
No, that's cool. Yeah, the place by my house used to close at 5. I'd run over there and then closing up. I'm like, come on, man.
I'll tell you what. Even if they closed at 5, as long as I got there at 5 till, they wouldn't leave if I had cash.
Yeah, same thing. Like I got them to stay an extra hour now, and then if the paperwork takes a while, they'll stick around. They don't mind. Thought that was kind of cool. Shit, they're over there. Be right back.
I can't view the information, Smeggy. It doesn't let me look at anything, so. Yeah, there's the chat going. Morning, Tino, and you're welcome.
Hey, Tony. How you doing?
I'm not bad.
I just did all that shit needed. I'm an idiot.
Hey, Sean.
Dropped your cops and grabbed your socks, huh?
Jeez.
Are you watching the news about Manchester?
I just have it on Fox right now. I don't know what they're talking about.
They'll probably talk about Roger Moore dying first.
Who's Roger Moore?
You are fucking kidding me.
James Bond.
The second Bond.
I haven't heard anything about
In the
him.
70s.
He died today. Of the itis.
He looked pretty bad back when he was doing the commentary stuff for the DVDs when they put out the whole Bond collection.
Yeah.
That's been 8 years ago.
I heard he was really mean in public. Like crotchety kind of mean, you know?
Can't fault him for that.
Yeah. Made it this far, right? The Angry Onion Knife. CBE or OBE.
Evidently Angry didn't hear that earlier.
Yeah. Roger Moore, dead at 89. In Switzerland. Cancer killed him.
I mean, 89 isn't exactly a bad run.
Yeah. He had prostate cancer way back in 1993.
So how many of them Bond girls did you think he actually bonded with?
None. too old. It was really funny that Cubby Broccoli picked him as the replacement for Sean Connery because he wanted a younger Bond, and yet he was actually older than Sean Connery. So I call him the play. Out of all my designations, he was the Playboy Bond. He always wore like the white sport coat tux and thing. Big poofy blonde hair in the movies. Handing the fish over while he pulls up out of a Lotus Esprit. Really?
Hey, that reminds me. The Egyptian chicken from Russia with Love that he delves into her treasure.
Interesting way to describe it.
Yeah, no kidding.
And the afternoon strike is here.
Plundered her
yes.
pyramid.
So what?
How you doing, Night Strike?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Strike, what the fuck's happening, you late lazy bastard?
I forgot to set my alarm. That's what happened.
Hey, there's no need to be here early.
1 o'clock?
Yeah, he set his alarm to lunch.
No shit.
No,
See you later, Night Strike. Enjoy.
see you, Tony.
He's like, thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, I just got done talking with Mark Novak.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because he told me to give him a call so I could explain it better because he said my email was pretty vague even though I gave him pictures. So I explained the situation to him. And he said with this piece that I'm working on, probably just better just to spot weld it with a MIG instead of, trying to find someone with a TIG because I've called like 7 people in town. Nobody's got a TIG. Or nobody wants to use it. So
Does he have one?
Mark?
Yeah.
He didn't. I didn't ask him actually. So.
Now, does this thing have a kind of a tab thingy that's going to set flat on the receiver or whatever the hell it is that you're going to weld to?
It's the grip housing and it's the shelf that rests on the semi-auto shelf for the C308. Let's see if I can get you a picture so you know what I'm talking about.
What I'm wondering is if you could drill a hole in it and then weld that hole shut to the actual metal of the gun.
I thought about that, but it is really small, and if I weld through the middle of it, I'm afraid it might crack.
You'll warp it.
No, I'm talking about the little shelf I have to weld into the grip housing. I'm afraid it'll crack because it's way too small.
It shouldn't matter.
It's all temperature
Go
control.
really slow and cold.
I don't think so. It's too damn small.
I'd worry about warping more than anything.
I'm not so much worried about warping.
Well, the heat will get to that. The heat will cause it to do that before it cracks,
Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna take the MIG out and just spot weld the damn thing. Be done with it,
If you got a MIG like mine, you ain't got to worry a hell of a lot about it because it ain't putting out that much heat.
I would use the arc welder, but the problem is the grip housing metal is folded sheet metal, and here's the thing: it is way too thin to arc weld with.
I would suggest that you possibly look up somebody with a real MIG. If you've got a small MIG like the one I got, because it doesn't go cold enough.
I've got a flux core.
Line feed.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Mine's I think it's like a 125
But
amp. It should do
mine's
it.
Folded sheet metal will burn the shit out of it, I think. Because they have to be hotter to melt that flux core than they do just plain wire.
I think it'll work. If not, fuck it. I'll just try and find a semi-automatic one and be done with it, right? Just because the factor that this is the only thing stopping me from using my gun right now. Because I'm not going to use that plastic Navy lower on it. Fuck that. It's more problem than it's worth. So
we bought the initial flux core per sawn because it was lighter and easier to handle than our big MiG, but it just wouldn't turn down low enough to do it without burning through that 16 gauge sheet steel. Or 18 gauge, maybe it was. It was lighter than normal.
yeah, no, I think the MiG will work on this. But the issue is I won't arc weld on this just because the factor that it will definitely burn through this. The flux core will be fine, but arc welding, no go.
I can't weld on anything anymore.
Yeah, because doesn't it turn on a magnet when you turn on a welder?
I don't have any freaking idea. It just says that I cannot run any kind of arc welding.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go with that and see what happens. Worst case scenario, I have to buy a new part. Best case scenario, it fixes the damn thing and I can move on with my fucking life. No one can argue with that.
I have a shiny new flux core welder here that I've used one time.
How many amps is it?
I think it's around 100. Look, it's a little one.
Yeah, mine is a 125. So
Hang, let me look. I don't know. It's sitting right over here.
it's all right. I don't care. Go for it.
Yeah, it's 100.
Yeah.
I bought it to weld body panels and exhaust pipes. What I bought it for.
It's actually good practice. You can go on eBay and buy what they call a box of mandrel bent tubes from exhaust shops or whatever, and they'll send you like 10 pieces and they're all different types of bends. And you can just practice making exhaust systems.
Hey guys, I'm gonna step out of here for a bit. I gotta feed the kid.
Alright.
Good luck.
I had a band in high school called that.
What?
Beat the Child.
I think he said feed the kids.
No, he said
Not
beat
beat
the
them.
kid.
I'm pretty sure he said feed. That's what I heard.
Never mind. No, I had a band in high school. We called it Beat the Child. And the first album was going to be called Rape What You Sow.
Oh my god.
It was going to have a picture of like a woman that was abused with a blindfold on and a gag in her mouth. I was dark back then, man. Because it was like metal,
You were dark back then. How's that any different than now, Mr. Mexican Space Program? You men salsa? Come on.
It's much faster now.
What, the dark or?
I become more merciful in my old age.
I don't see how planting mines at the border is merciful, but okay.
Well, you have to remember, it was at the time when we started, it was 1996. But now it's graduating the year after. Everything was weird. Like there was a grunge movement, rage was kind of new, shit like that. People were still wearing flannels around their waist like a diaper.
Remember, I started high school, the year you graduated, so.
Yeah, the Al Borland diaper. I don't think so, Ken. Beat the Child. You wanted a name back then, was Shock Factor. Reap, we just said Rape What You Sow. It was perfect. The album art was cool and everything. Never made it though.
It was perfect. Just ask your kids.
Couldn't land a decent drummer until I was like 20. By then, I was like not really interested in doing it anymore.
In other words, everyone, Sean wimped out.
I grew up.
You wimped out.
No, dude. I mean, just finding a decent drummer is hard to do. Guitarists are everywhere. Bassists are everywhere. Vocalist wannabes are everywhere. Just go to a fucking voice audition. Tell me your name. Okay. William Hung from Singapore because he sings really poor. I'm Casey Kasem.
You're having way too much fun with that.
Hmm?
You're having way too much fun with that.
I used to do a really good Casey Kasem impression. You may think this is Gunchannels, but we're taking you back to 1985.
Oh God, no,
Yeah, let's not do that.
Welcome
no.
to the Cyndi Lauper Hour.
You know, if you go back that far, Tina won't even have been born yet.
Come
So
on,
Well, it
man.
depends how far back you go. But
Think about it. Capri pants leotards,
no, I don't need to relive all that, Tug.
Aquanet, Swatch watches, Cyndi Lauper, Tiffany. Shit was
perms,
in. Huh?
perms,
Shoulder pads.
shoulder pads. Oh, well, no, technically shoulder pads were like late '80s, early '90s, because you know.
Velcro shoes. Oh yeah, good times. And the Nintendo Entertainment System.
The Nintendo Entertainment System. I have two. I
You know
have
what
two.
else the 80s
They still
brought us,
work.
don't you? The 80s was also the era of like commandos and ninja movies. American Ninja.
And venereal diseases.
What
The
the-
outbreak of AIDS.
that was
It's true.
totally out there.
That's right.
Well, you know, Sean always does it to me, so you know what? I'm just gonna throw it right out there and see how it lands.
Why is everything a genital infection to you?
Apparently, that defines his high school career pretty well.
Do you have a
No,
joke you can
not at
explain?
all.
So here's the deal. I like sending people that video from The Simpsons where they were being taught sex ed with the rabbits. She was like, she's faking it. Mrs. Krabappel. Which I think is just crabapple. He started noticing things. Fur where fur didn't grow before.
Oh,
Then he got married. Ew, she's faking it. I remember that shit in school. They took all the boys in one room to watch
Yep.
the video, and they took all the girls in the other room in the video. The boys came back from the video, and they were like, whoa, that was cool. The girls all came back. They were all like, I'm going to leave from there. Oh, my God.
Oh my god.
It was always by like the female gym teacher that wore Wolverine steel-toe boots every day. Like, I'm going to show you this video where you're about to bleed. You're going to hate men. It's crazy.
so Tino's listening to it in the background, but yeah, how about that explosion at that concert last night?
Made for a very busy night.
Apparently, from the source I heard, 20 people died.
23.
A couple people got injured. But
if
one person
70
described it as body parts and blood splattering everywhere.
Yeah, that's normally what an explosion does.
I would assume so, yes. I've never seen one up close, but yeah. Not that I want to see one up close, because, then I wouldn't be there. Usually when I say up close, I mean like behind ballistic shield or something.
Yeah, that's
Like the Mythbusters guys used to do when they did the explosions. Like that. Silence. The silence. Oh, the silence. Fix it.
think of something to talk about. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I figured that's what was happening. Oh, well.
Yes, we talked about the bombing in Manchester, and I've been on the phone with a friend from there for the last 14 hours, dude.
Good.
It's not been good news, so.
Well, I know, but
He's got a daughter in the emergency room, so.
at least you talked about it.
Yeah, I didn't do a snappy intro today because I was just in a foul mood because of it all. I've known this dude now for 22 years. He's the one that got me into real football. So.
You mean soccer?
That's what we call it. Nobody else does.
Doesn't matter.
I can't argue with this dude on the YouTube side. He's like, ban this, deport that. And I'm just like, well, yeah, okay. Can't hold that against you. I feel the same way in a lot of ways. Man, I wish they'd hurry up and go to lunch so I can get to the good parts of the show today. I need to be louder to do it.
So, hey, get your ass to lunch.
Right? Should you be eating? All right. So I want to expand a little bit on, was it Aylward? I want to expand a little bit on his question earlier. Handguns with adjustable sights. What do you zero your sights to? What distance do you personally zero your sights to?
Mine are all fixed.
Okay. Even your 1911?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got like the A1 style.
It's got the A1 style, so it's all fixed. Even the Beretta 92. The other one's a revolver, and there's no adjustment on that one either because it's from probably before my grandmother was born.
That's got the gutter sight in the back, right?
Yeah, because it's a top. What is it? Tip up revolver or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
It opens from the top.
I typically sight my guns to 10 yards, 30 feet, because I can compensate the difference closer and further. I can compensate the difference just by feel out to 25 yards. It's like I know what gun shoots at what height or what drop at what distance because I'm so used to going to the same place every time for my handguns. There's almost no correction between 3 yards and 10 yards. So 9 feet to 30 feet, there's like almost no difference. Maybe like a 16th of an inch or something. It's not even worth it. I can still draw a smiley face with my 686. That's always a good feeling. And now, all right, I can almost draw a smiley face with my 44.
I could probably draw a smiley face when I'm bump firing.
I mean, I know for a fact I can draw a smiley face at 3 yards with just about every gun I've got. But when it comes to 10 yards, I can almost do it with the 44. Usually
You can't do it with the 454?
It's not that hard.
I can put a smile on my face at 50 yards with my 44.
There we go. Target.
And Tony's back.
Yep, you're having bandit issues today.
Yeah, I didn't have to cook nothing. I happen to have some spam here.
Spam, 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 spammity spam, spammity spam.
See you later.
And she seems to like it, so.
You guys know what a corset is, right? I'm not talking about the female version. I'm just talking about what they are in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you wrap it around your midsection and you tighten it up to keep a certain posture.
Yeah, it's false advertising.
I need one of those. I need one of those that's like slathered in ultra strength Bengay or something.
A corset is for a woman what a back brace is for a man.
Okay, so I need a back brace. But I need one that's like made out of ultra strength Bengay to make like my whole midsection nice and warm, tingly. Then I'd feel a lot better. Then again, I can always just take morphine. That'd work. They just left, by the way. We're about to get to the good parts of the show now. Tune in, kids. Things are about to get real interesting.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm slightly concerned.
I'm going to
us
give you
ponder
guys an
nonstop.
education overdose. We're going to talk about Islam. No, I'm kidding.
No, we're not going to talk about that.
Let's do
Fuck that. I'm out.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Although I would love to see Mad Dog Mattis say, I have just used every Moab in our inventory.
I think we're getting ready to use another one, so I'm coming here soon.
Now I'm saying all of them simultaneously. All right. 454 removes the face. You were absolutely right. It sure does. It blows the target completely horizontal. All right. Let's get into today, if my computer will stop having autism. Today in military history. See, I don't do regular history anymore because that bores the shit out of G. That, and I know what source that Dano and him use. So.
Well, it's because G lived it and Dano remembers when it happened.
All right, so let's begin. In 1788, South Carolina became the 8th state to ratify the U.S. Constitution. I picked that one just for you.
Nice.
In 1908, this is because of my own personal fascination with the story, part of the Great White Fleet arrived in Puget Sound, Washington. For those of you who don't know, this was an era of America trying to flex its muscles as a fledgling nation to show off to the world that we have an impressive navy. Unfortunately, we used pre-dreadnought battleships and outdated cruisers, but to make them pretty, all the ships were painted white and had gold and red gilding all across the bows. They were gorgeous. If you ever play World of Warships, like the first 3 or 4 tiers of cruisers and some battleships from the United States are done in this fashion, and they're just immaculate looking. But
Also,
the Great White
also
Fleet
funny
sailed
to
around the
mention.
world on they called it like a diplomacy tour. Basically, they were just showing off.
They were showing off. Also, to note, the Great White Fleet was mothballed right after that tour.
Yes. Well, they were
But
obsolete mainly.
on another note, every single ship in the Great White Fleet that was deactivated and mothballed were reactivated for World War I because we didn't have enough ships.
Absolutely. That's correct. And one of the ships from the Great White Fleet, actually, that I know of for sure, participated also in World War II.
Yeah.
All right. So this is going to be interesting because I thought this happened much later in history, but the U.S. submarine Squalus sank off the coast of New Hampshire. A diving bell designed by Charles Momsen brought up 33 survivors. 26 died on the ship, safely to the surface. This is the first successful undersea rescue operation to retrieve a sunken submarine crew. This is before the DSRV. This is before everything.
When the hell was this?
1939. So I'm pretty sure that the Squalus would have been a Baleo, been an S-class boat, but let me look that up just to make sure. I should have put that on the side of these notes. Apparently there's a movie about it too. I didn't even know that. Let's see.
No.
Sargo class.
Yeah.
Yeah, my machine definitely has autism. Like Skype can't stay connected. The hosting machine might drop, so just be aware. So far, so good, though. Annoying. All right. Let's see. Oh, this is a good one, too. The USS
Didn't they also raise it?
I don't know. I didn't go that far into it. I was mainly focused on the DSRV part. The USS New Jersey, America's most decorated battleship from World War II, which was an Iowa-class battleship, was the only battleship to provide gunfire support during the Vietnam War. It was commissioned today in 1943.
Which one?
The New Jersey.
They scrapped that one, didn't they?
I think so. The only ones I know of are the Missouri, the Iowa, and the Wisconsin still.
Yeah.
Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, this was also Admiral Bull Halsey's flagship. Yep. All right, moving right along.
No, hold on.
What?
No, I think the New Jersey was mothballed. It was mothballed, but I think it's a museum ship.
It is. It's actually it was memorialized in 2001. All right, so it's still around.
It's still around, so.
All right, moving right along. This is a dark day in gun history. A public controversy over the M16, the basic combat rifle in Vietnam, began after Representative James Howard, Democrat of New Jersey, reads a letter to the House of Representatives in which a Marine in Vietnam claims that almost all Americans killed in the battle for Hill 881 died as a result of all their M16 rifles jamming. This obviously led to the rapid development of modifications, including chrome lining the barrel and the chamber, and bringing about the M16A1, right?
Yep.
All right. This is a little bit of aircraft news. The V-22 Osprey, which was immortalized in Ghost in the Shell, by the way. The world's first production tilt-rotor aircraft made its debut rolling out at the Bell Helicopter Textron's facility in Arlington, Texas. Pretty awesome. Also today in history, there were 16 Medal of Honor citations. 3 recipients were selected from that list of 16. So, yeah, the citations always outnumber the actual approvals, but I like to go through them every day anyway, just because I think they're pretty neat. some of the stories are really, really detailed, and some of them are really vague. Like your Civil War ones are usually like 2 sentences, whereas the Korean, Vietnam War, World War II, they're much more detailed. And I think that was probably a requirement for the citation writer to fully detail these in, much more, just make it more elaborate, so that way they had more information to go off of. Those are the things that happened in military history today of any interest. And let's see, let's move right along to, this is the Drive Angry Crazy segment. Now, when I take these, I get multiple guesses, obviously, but because I'm not giving you the choices, makes them more difficult. And this was listed as probably one of the more difficult quizzes I've taken on their list. So this is going to be over firearms of the 20th century. Some of them are rhetorical, some of them are situational, but I'm looking for specific answers.
Yawn.
No, they're pretty easy to deal with. Like this, I'm going to start with the softball here. A doughboy in the American 3rd Infantry Division in World War I, or UR1, I guess. You're being shouted at by your sergeant to take aim at the German soldiers across the Marne River. What rifle are you now raising to your shoulder?
What side?
1903.
Say again?
Springfield, 1903.
That is correct.
No. Is it American? It's American troops that would.
You're a doughboy. You're American, buddy.
Yeah, not every troop was issued in 1903. They were issued 1917 Enfields.
Well, yeah, they outnumbered the 1903, but at the Battle of the Marne, they were using 1903s.
So,
all right. Let's see if Angry got that one too. Come on, autistic machine. Okay. Yeah, what's weird is my wired network is down, but my wireless is working. So we're going to continue on. Let me make sure that the hosting machine is still up too.
watch as he gets the bill tomorrow for his data.
No, I'm on the wireless at the shop. All right. You were enlisting for the U.S. Army in the 1920s, expecting to see all the rifles of your toy plastic infantry. However, you're handed a heavy, bulky gun that the officer says is a squad automatic weapon. Playing with the bipod at the end of your barrel, you're wondering, what the hell is this gun? Aim that gun.
Is it Browning 1918?
Yes. Squad automatic weapon kind of gives that one away, doesn't it?
Well, no, it does and it doesn't. It's just the issue is you're talking about the years, and the only automatic weapon I know of that was used in the military
rifle,
at that point in time was the 1918 because it came out right before we ended World War One.
Yep.
If
you guys want the nitty-gritty details of the answer, I can read those too.
So
obviously, designed by John Browning, this light machine gun was adopted by the U.S. military in 1918, replacing foreign-made machine guns, such as the Show Shot, as the first American-produced machine guns. Some models were outfitted with bipods for firing stability later on. Most soldiers removed the bipod because they felt they were absolutely useless, just added extra weight. The BAR gained a reputation for being very heavy, as it weighed close to 20 pounds or more when fully loaded. 20-round box magazine. BR was used until the Korean War, until it was replaced by the Pig, the M60.
No, I got to be honest. With the technology we have right now, I'm not surprised another company hasn't gone along and taken the BAR platform and redesigned it so that it could or
Swedes
modernized it.
I think it was the Swedes. They did a really good one. Yeah, my gun channels ain't reloading. So I can't see if Angry's typing these or not. Somebody else has to do that. I'm just surprised I'm still connected, to be honest.
Angry says a bar.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
All right. Let me reload the page while I'm in here. My browser's, I don't know. I can't wait till we actually move our shop because this network is garbage. What's really fucked up is my boss is basically exercising the definition of insanity because he got the exact same asshole who wired our building the last time to do it this time on our new one. All right. Yeah, I can't get the page to load.
What, it's children?
No. It's just some other asshole. He doesn't want me to do it because then I'll know where everything is connected. Like, he has this fucking tinfoil hat theory that I'm fucking extorting him somehow. I've been working for him for 14 years. Anyway. Man, I'd love to know why my hard drive's just chattering away too. Anyway, let's move on. Number 3. Welcome to the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. You are firing an M1 Thompson for observation. The scientists take down everything. Range, rate of fire, recoil, magazine size, even the overheatings and the jams. In the booth next to you, another soldier emerges with a German-made gun. The scientists are all crowded around the other soldier, praising its all-metal construction and other factors that make it better than the one in your hands. What is that soldier holding?
An MP40.
Yeah. The MP38 was Germany's first all-metal weapon. This type of stamped weapon was not only easier to produce, it was also more reliable. Very few insignificant changes created the Schmeisser MP40, which is the standard German submachine gun of World War II. Good job, by the way.
What? Did I know the answer?
Well, you did it very quickly.
Well, it's because not to say that you gave it away, but you said German and you said all stamped.
No, I said all metal.
All metal construction, and the only gun that comes to mind that fits that criteria is the MP40.
They had 2 other choices that were really enticing when I did the quiz. I got this one right. It's just when I saw it, I almost fell for it. But then I was like,
if you said machine gun, I would have automatically said the MG42.
Nah, but it's got a wooden buttstock.
Yeah, it does have a wooden buttstock, but that wouldn't have been counted.
No, I mean, seriously, it's a pedantic quiz. They said all metal, they meant all metal. That's what made me choose the MP40, because the other guns in the list had wooden stocks, and I'm like, maybe they would go that far. So when I selected MP40, it was like, correct. I'm like, all right, cool, I get how this works now.
Well, the MP40 did have some Bakelite on it.
Did it?
Yeah, I think it had it on the grips.
Yeah, I could see that. All right, moving right along.
Yeah, it had Bakelite grips on the pistol grip.
Numero 4. As a factory worker in Great Britain in World War II, you are dumbfounded by a new product coming down the production line. This is the first all-metal weapon you've seen in your inventory, which manufactures all types of firearms. What is this novelty you're holding?
The Sten.
Yeah, pretty obvious. On the Allies side, the Sten was the first all-metal stamped weapon. Cheap and simple, they were mass-produced easily and shipped to the front lines. They were used by both British and Commonwealth forces. They could be manufactured and assembled by bicycle manufacturers, and were, by and large. They were phased out by the British in favor of the Sterling SMG in the 1960s. The Americans used the excellent M3 grease gun instead of the Sten, which, I mean, technically it's almost the same thing, isn't it?
Oh.
Clocked over differently.
I'm gonna say the grease gun is better constructed than the Sten, because the grease gun was made using parts that we could source easily, and not that we had to cobble together because all of our trade routes were blocked by the Germans.
All right, moving right along. Number 5, Cinco. One day, signing into your new unit, fresh out of West Point, you see some other officers sporting M1911 Colts. Instead, the supply officer hands you a smaller gun, saying that it is the new standard sidearm for American forces. What is that handgun that you are now buckling around your leg?
What year?
I didn't tell you a year.
Yeah.
The year would probably give it away.
I'm going to guess the M9.
Yes. This pistol, although it lacked less power than the slugs of the Colt, phased the M1911A1 out of service in the 1980s, officially adopted in 1990. They are now in the holsters of military, security, law enforcement, and criminal hands all over America. United States Armed Forces also, to some extent, use the M11 or the P228, but definitely not to the extent of the M9. This was also just very recently replaced by the SIG P320.
Yay, but not at all.
Gunchannels refuses to load for me, so we're going to keep going before I disconnect.
And Angry got it too, the M9.
Excellent.
And he got the Sten and the MP40. Good job, Angry.
Very excellent.
We're on the same page.
Yes. All right, now this one was a little more difficult. As an American soldier, you were issued the M249 squad automatic weapon. When deployed to Germany, you see fellow NATO troops sporting your same weapon. You saunter over to talk some machine gun chat, and you're astounded. Wow, the British troops say it's the L108A1, and the Canadians and the New Zealanders call it the C9. It's the F89 to Aussies. They all say it isn't the M249, but it looks exactly the same. What is it then? Yeah, see? Not easy, is it?
I don't actually know.
I got this one. I was shocked that I got this one. You'll have to read out Angry's answers if you see them, because I still can't get the page to load.
FNSAW.
Niet.
Angry says the FN saw.
Niet.
That's what I just said.
Read again.
All right. As an American soldier, you are issued an M249 squad automatic weapon. When deployed to Germany, you see fellow NATO troops sporting your same weapon. You saunter over to talk machine gun chat, and you're astounded. The British troops say it's the L108A1. The Canadians and the New Zealanders call it the C9. It's the F89 to the Aussie troops. They all say it isn't the M249, but it looks exactly the same. What is it?
Oh, I think I know the answer. The FN Mini-Me?
Yes. The 249 SAW is actually a licensed copy of the Belgium-based FN. So it is the Mini-Me. First produced in 1974, the Mini-Me is one of the most widely used squad automatic weapons today. Used in over 35 countries, there are actually two versions. SAW is the normal Mini-Me, and the Para is the paratrooper and vehicle crew version. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Furiously rolling that wheel.
I had to think about that because I knew that the SAW was our name for it, but there was another name for the 249.
I will call him Mini-Me.
Yeah, I'll call him Mini-Me. That's exactly what it is.
All right, this is probably pretty easy. Siete. You are a police officer in the 1990s in Belgium. There's a situation requiring a little more firepower than your handgun. You're issued a submachine gun, the most widely used gun of your time. What is the gun you will be getting?
The FAL.
Yep.
Uzi?
Yep. I used a very key word in that question, by the way.
MP5?
Yes.
I think we got it.
The HK MP5 is the most successful submachine gun of the 20th century. Based on the larger G3 layout, this weapon is in police forces and military hands all over the world. Recently, however, one of the main drawbacks of the gun is that the 9mm bullets do not have enough power in medium and longer ranges, and in some cases can't even penetrate a well-armed soldier in close quarters. Even so, the cheap, compact, and reliable design of it made it one of the most popular weapons of its time.
I didn't know that the Belgians used the MP5, so you need to learn something else.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I didn't know, so there you go.
This one was surprisingly a little trickier for me, but I got it anyway. You are a standard trooper in the small Austrian army, but you are proud of your state-of-the-art rifle from Germany. What is this excellent rifle? Whoever wrote this question is obviously gay for this gun.
Let me guess. The Mauser?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. You are a standard trooper in the small Austrian army, but you are proud of your state-of-the-art rifle from Germans. What is this excellent rifle?
Angry says that asks if it's the AUG.
No.
Nope.
It's not a stare. It's got to be the Mauser or the G3 or something.
Ooh.
Or the
Damn, I had
G36.
no idea.
Yes. HK, the G36 was one of the most modern rifles. Designed in the 1990s, the G36 is a light, accurate, and reliable replacement for the venerable G3. It is in service of the armed forces of numerous countries in Europe, notably Germany.
Though here's something to note. While the Germans have phased the G3 out for the 36, I have heard that from some of my army buddies that that were stationed in Germany at one point, said that the Germans are still using, in limited quantities, the G3
yeah.
still.
Yeah, I mean, shit, it's like people still using the 1911, like the Marines still using the 1911, or Navy SEALs or whatever.
Now, the SEALs have been using SIG for a long time.
I admittedly got this one wrong, but I'll share it with you anyway because I get to see the answer. All right. A longtime sniper in the British Army. You are getting ready to ship out again. However, when you ask your quartermaster for the usual L96, he hands you a brand new rifle, which he says is now the new standard issue. The German troops training with you also use the same gun, but they call it the Gewehr 22. What is the rifle that you are receiving?
Snowgewehr?
No. This is a modern gun.
God damn, I just read about this thing here about a month ago and I cannot freaking remember it.
I will eliminate one of the choices for you because this is the answer I got wrong. G likes this gun too, if I'm not mistaken. And I know Ian from Forgotten Weapons is totally gay for it. But it is not the PSG one. So you can eliminate that off your maybes list.
I don't have a clue. I mean, I have absolutely
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
no idea.
Angry doing anything with it?
I'm gonna take a stab, but
No, Angry hasn't said.
what are you looking for, the British designation or just what it is?
The British designation.
The L115
A little more. Need a little bit more.
A3.
It's probably the A3 by now. The answer they give was the A1, but that's correct. L115A1.
Otherwise
Accuracy
known as the
International.
AWM.
AWSM, yes. The Accuracy International Arctic Warfare Magnum is the next generation of British sniper rifles. The AWSM is used in 10 countries under different names.
The AWM is where they're just using Magnum. The
Yeah.
AWSM is where they add Super before the Magnum.
Yes.
So
And it replaced the Accuracy International L96A1 that was previously in British service. I'm pretty sure they're still using a couple of them. They probably didn't mothball. All right, this one's going to probably be easy for you guys. Because it's French, and the French are wonderful. You are a French soldier. You do not have a white flag in your back pocket. And your standard issue rifle, although excellent, is just an upgraded version of a rifle older than both the British and German rifles of the troops that you're training with at Sandhurst. What gun are you holding?
A Brown Bess.
Modern 20th century guns.
I'm talking France.
the FAMAS.
Keep going. There's more to it.
Oh, is it a Moss?
No, you were on the right track the first time. There's just more to it.
We need
So
more
what?
Angry.
Yeah, G2.
Yes. FAMAS G2 is a modified version of the G1, which is the upgraded version of the F1. Few changes have been made overall because the FAMAS is already a reliable and hardy weapon. The F1 was adopted by the French in 1974 before both the SA-80 and G36 were adopted by the British and German armies.
By the way, that
Quick
reminds
question.
me. I heard some bullshit the other day, and apparently the U.S. military is looking to replace the M16 and M4 platform.
Okay.
And while I'm not opposed to that, but I think that's a bad idea because we've already invested millions in stabilizing the platform and getting it to be a reliable rifle. Why spend more money on a rifle that isn't reliable, that it will, granted, will be newer, but not necessarily better than what we already have?
Because
Well,
5.56 ain't worth the shit is exactly why they're doing it.
Well, this next
I'd say
question
go
is
back
just
to
for you,
308.
Wait a minute. This question was tailored just for you then, because it's just funny how it just came up coincidentally.
Yeah.
You are lucky, as you get to test out a new weapon that will never formally enter the U.S. inventory. After years of designing, the project for this replacement of the M16 was canceled. What's the rifle that you're firing at the range?
The HK XM8.
Yes, nice. You didn't even have to think about that one. At the turn of the century, the U.S. Army began testing and developing a replacement for the M16A2 that had been in the Army's service for well over 2 decades. The XM8 showed promise, but unknown factors caused the canceling of the project in 2005.
Funnily enough, a friend of mine who was fighting over in Iraq was actually issued one.
Oh, what is it? They
For
call it
the-
squad
for the-
level testing or something like that?
Yeah, they called it squad level testing, but literally he was part of a group that went in and they were like the Iraq version of the where they'd go into those really small towns where they're really compact that you'd have to get the rats out, and that's what they were using it for. So
That's a nugget ass rifle.
We are at the halfway point, so let's move on to...
technically, all the XM8 was just a nicer looking G36. That's it.
Yeah, stretched out a bit too.
Yeah.
All right. You are a member of a small nation fighting Russian troops. Well, you've already fucked up. Your AK-47 runs out of rounds, and you see the Russians are using similar weapons. You bend down to a dead Russian soldier and pick up his magazine, but your gun can't fire his rounds. The gun looks
74?
exactly like yours, except with a straighter stock and elongated muzzle.
He's using a 74.
Yes, Knives already got it. AK-74, produced in 1974, is the AKM assault rifle, rechambered and refitted to fire the 5.45 millimeter round instead of 7.62. AKM was simply a modified version of the AK-47.
Pick up another 74 rifle in that case.
Yeah. The AK-74 has been upgraded with the modernized AK-74M, which is now in Russian service. They probably replaced it by now. The AK-74 serves in 30 countries, but they're still outnumbered by hundreds of thousands of AK-47 variants still used by militaries and cells all over the world.
It's because they made millions of those damn things.
Yeah.
They made more AK-47s than all the people in China.
Billions.
Okay, maybe not more people in China, but a hell of a lot. Maybe more people in Pakistan or something.
This is super whack. I can load Yahoo News and I can't load Gunchannels.
Wow, that's funny.
All right. You are part of the GSG-9 of Germany, the leading counter-terrorist group in the world. You are ready to deploy when you remember, oh, wait, I need to grab my USP. What in the world is a USP?
It's a handgun.
Well, they're asking what it stands for.
You would ask for that.
What's the way they...
Humerex service pistol.
And
Yeah, universal self-loading pistol, I think.
yes.
Yep.
It's a really good guess, Tony. The universal self-loading pistol, introduced in 1993 by, yet again, HK, has taken the lead in the handgun service. The USP is a result of a mix of good qualities of many other older handguns. Many variants are circulated today, one of which is the P8, still under German Army service. That's probably outdated. Someone's gonna tell me that's wrong.
No, I'm pretty sure that's still what they use. I haven't heard of it changing. I think the pistol's outdated for military use, but
So the Manchester suicide bomber has been identified. You want to guess what name he has?
How many Qs? 16, or is it like 30 this time?
There are no cues, but you're on the right track. Anyway, you bash in. What?
Is there a Fareed or a Muhammad or
No, but you're definitely on the
Ahmadinejad
right
or something?
track. This douchebag's name was Salman Abedi.
yep. 22, 23 years old.
All right. You bash into a room, and there's an insurgent holding a small handheld weapon that looks just like an Uzi. This is smaller than any other Uzi or mini Uzi you've ever seen. What is it?
It's a micro.
Yeah, that's kind of too easy. Like they worded that question as a softball.
Thank you, nice strike.
The micro Uzi is the smallest version of the mini Uzi, which is a smaller version of the famous Uzi. What a stupid explanation. All right.
What? Did you want to get that one nice?
Yeah, it's like yesterday, fucking Spanky skipped me and shit. Gave it to the guy on fucking YouTube.
Have a buttercup.
Sorry, nice.
All right. This one was pretty confusing because all the choices I had, every one of them seemed legit. But there's a friendly helicopter gunship flying above you, and it doesn't notice the targets that are in a 3-story building. You contact it and try to direct it, but you can't accurately direct its fire. What round are you forgetting to use?
Wait, what?
See? All right. You are in Mogadishu. There is a friendly helicopter gunship flying above you, and it does not notice the targets in that 3-story building. You contact it and try to direct it, but you can't accurately direct its fire. What round are you forgetting to use?
Tracer.
Laser.
Say again?
Laser.
No.
Tracers.
Yes. See, that was the thing. When they had the choices for this, laser was one, IR round was another, which I had never heard of one.
I've heard of that.
Friend or foe round, which is that, I guess, that IR beacon type thing,
Yeah, no, that's not working.
which is something that you wear on your gear, not what you fire out of the gun, as far as I remember. And then tracer rounds. So I mean, like they all seem somewhat legit, but they were looking for tracer rounds, which are types of ammunition.
A big sign saying "bad guys here."
Yeah, remember they work both ways. Tracer rounds, the types of ammunition that are fitted with a burning material that would make visible the bullet's path and impact point. Originating in World War I, tracer rounds can be used to point out targets to the shooter, friendly soldiers, or support assets. They can also be placed at the end of a magazine to notify the shooter that their clip is going dry. Which, I can't believe this asshole said clip. But, you know, whatever.
He's not a gun guy.
You are an American trooper in Cambodia in the 1970s. Your M14 jammed and spoiled in last night's firefight, so you ask for a new rifle. The quartermaster takes a look at your excellent marksman records and hands you a new gun. This one looks almost exactly like your old gun. The only difference is this one has a scope. What is this new gun? This should be an easy one.
M27.
Yeah.
No, it's probably M21.
Yes. 14
Because
is-
the M14.
Yeah. The 14 was an accurate and reliable weapon, but heavy and sometimes unwieldy. Any attempt at automatic fire was also discouraged because it was unfit for such use. However, its qualities made it an excellent semi-automatic sniper rifle, and it was outfitted with scope, forming the M21 or M14 DMR, which lasted longer in service than the M14. It was eventually replaced by the dreaded M16. What's really funny is it was further replaced by the M14 SOCOM chop mod and the M14, was it the EBR, and now the E39 or the M39 EMR, which is all still the same rifle.
he is chattering Sean's hard drive.
Hey. Are you hearing that noise? That's no, that's someone. That's Tino furiously working the mouse wheel.
I'm not even touching my computer right now.
Oh. Well, who the hell's working the mouse wheel?
I'm reading something at the moment. I'm not doing anything. I swear I'm getting blamed for everything around here.
Damn. Because you have a cop.
Yeah.
Not because you are.
I guess.
Because you have a cop.
I guess, you know, it's something I have to live with.
All right. This is going to be a speed question because it's fucking easy. You were taking heavy fire in your Humvee in 1993 in Mogadishu. You are the ring-mounted turret gunner, firing your 50 cal at any movement you see. Then it occurs to you that your father, half a century ago, used the exact same weapon on the top of his Sherman tank. What is this weapon?
Can I say it?
Yeah, it was a really softball.
Oh, all right. I'm going to say it's the M2 Browning.
Yes, obvious. The Mongoose is the most successful of John Browning's creations, lasting from the end of World War I until now. And there is no need for any replacement for this excellent weapon. Used by the Allies in World War II and NATO afterwards, the M2 has outlived every single other small arms platform in the U.S. service today. As well as the numerous tanks and vehicles that it has been mounted on, it finds a place in the armed forces of close to 50 nations.
It's just good at what it does.
Everything Browning ever designed is still in production today somewhere.
Yeah.
But in military service use, this is the absolute longest one. It's like
Yeah,
the B-52 of guns.
1911 in certain instances.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the B-52 of guns. All right. We're going to stick to Somalia here. You look at the Air Force CCT next to you firing a GAU-5. That has exactly the same look as the weapon that the Ranger across the street is firing. What does the Ranger call it?
Gatekeeper. And you're in a bad neighborhood.
I can repeat it if you need it.
Go for it.
Still in Somalia, you look at the Air Force CCT next to you firing a GAU-5. That's GAU-5. That has the exact same look as the weapon that the Ranger across the street is firing. What does the Ranger call it?
Angry saying GAU-19.
And yet.
Car 15?
Yes.
I even got it.
Car 15 is a shortened, compact version of the M16 or the AR. This concept found much favor and was issued to vehicle crews and foot soldiers in all facets of the U.S. Armed Forces. Under the U.S. Air Force, it is designated the GAU-5. Car 15 has been replaced by the M4, now in service today. Okay, we got 2 left. This one might be pretty easy for you. All right, we're traveling east. As a squad leader in Vietnam, you see a crowded observation tower. You quietly signal for your grenadier to flatten it. What weapon is he most likely to use?
The M79?
Yes. Although the M203 was used in later stages of the Vietnam War, the M79 Thumper was the predominant grenade launcher. The M79 is not an underslung launcher like its successors, but it could fire a variety of 40mm grenade rounds. First intended as a smaller, more reliable, more mobile mortar, the M79 found favor with the military and eventually sparked the line of UGLs in service today with many countries. The M79 is still in limited use today as the effective range is considerably longer than that of the M23 or 203. It still doesn't hold a candle to the Mark 19.
This presumes the dude wasn't toting a big bore revolver.
Well, yeah, I want to see you flatten a freaking observation tower with a revolver, though.
Or he was one of those officers that was in the jungles with the gyrojet pistol.
All right.
That happened too, by the way.
This is the last one, by the way.
All right.
Your comrades, part of the local militia, are defending a town from American invaders. Wolverines! In close quarters combat, you pull out your ancient I'll just say your ancient trench gun shotgun. You find yourself face to face.
M37.
Hang on. Turning a corner, you find yourself face to face with a shotgun wielding American Marine. You both fire once and you both miss. As you pump your shotgun for another shot, his shorter shotgun quickly barks again and again.
Oh, that's a
You are forced
97
into cover.
Winchester.
What is that shotgun that fires so fast? Most
Winchester
likely
97.
wrong.
97.
Wrong.
Bullshit.
It's a Mossberg.
Yet. Remember, 20th century guns. You're holding an ancient one, but the guy that you're shooting at isn't.
Ooh,
20th century. I still stick with the Ithaca 37.
Yet. There's some key words in here.
the
Shorter.
Remington 870.
Close.
Winchester 1897.
Yet. 20th century guns.
Oh, you're wrong, Angry.
Let me reread the question because there's a lot of key words in here. Your comrades, as part of the local militia, are defending a town from American invaders. In close quarters combat, you pull out your ancient trench shotgun. Turning a corner, you find yourself face to face with a shotgun-wielding American Marine. You both fire once, and you both miss. As you pump your shotgun for another shot, his shorter shotgun quickly barks again and again, and you are forced into cover. What is the shotgun that fires so fast most likely to be?
Benelli?
Keep going.
Uh,
Come on.
There's so
standard-
many.
You have to think about it. Standard issue shotguns used by the
Benelli
Marines.
M4?
Yes, the
you go.
M1014.
There you go.
There we go. It only took us
Although
like
the
20 minutes.
870 is still in use by American troops, it is not of the semi-automatic shotguns that can fire much faster. Spaz 12 is one example, but it is not in use with American troops. The Benelli M4 Tactical was adopted by the U.S. Marine Corps in 1999 as the M1014 Joint Service Shotgun. Good job. Most of you guys got all of them.
Is that a pump or is that a slide?
It
No,
is a semi-automatic.
Auto.
4 rounds in the tube plus 1 in the chamber. It fires fast as hell.
So does the freaking Winchester 97.
Yes, but the Winchester 97 is a 19th century shotgun, whereas this is this is a 20th century quiz. That was the tip-off when I said at the beginning it was a 20th century modern firearms quiz.
Now, are you finding these somewhere, or are you making these up?
A little bit of both, I suspect, but this one was something that was already provided to me.
Okay.
All right, let's move right along because I got to get these all banged out before my boss comes back from lunch because that took a long time to get through. All right, so my movie of the day, which not very many of you have probably seen, but I would highly recommend, actually comes out of Australia, and it's called Beneath Hill 60. It's a World War I film, and it's, I think they're called sappers, but it was about a group of men who had to dig a tunnel underneath Hill 60 and detonate high explosives to destroy it because it was like a key point or a key position that nobody could take. So what they were doing is there was a tunneling war, and somewhere in this movie these guys had to dig deeper than the Germans were digging listening tunnels right above them.
I've seen that.
Yeah. And they had to put enough boom underneath said mountain or hill to completely demolish it. Like, hill was there, hill was gone. It's a really good story because it covers like all the aspects of having to work underground in a tight space where the enemy is literally several feet above you, tunneling to listen in on you. If I remember right, the Germans actually detonated a few mines in this movie to collapse one tunnel and force them to build a second one. But it's a great movie. It has a lot of interesting World War I weaponry. You get to see it from the aspect of a foreign military having to do the same job that we eventually had to come in and do as well. It's a good flick. I liked it. And if you haven't seen it, you should check it out. It was released in 2010, and it was distributed by Paramount, so you should be able to find it just about anywhere. You're not going to recognize any of the actors, but it was really well made. It's really well done. The effects are decent. The CGI doesn't look fake. You'll probably like it. And with that, we'll go on to... Let me pick something that you wouldn't expect. We'll pick the weapon of the day as the Maxim MG08, which, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the first mass-produced machine guns used. And I think it was used by, what, every side of the war, right? Like,
It was used by everybody at the beginning of the war, yes.
Yeah, like everybody had it.
Is that the potato digger?
No.
No, the Maxim.
This is the water-cooled monstrosity that was sold to pretty much every foreign military in ours too. And everyone on all sides used it in the beginning of the war. Basically, it forced a whole new kind of warfare. You know, we had to dig trenches. You had to basically have stalemates who can outlast another. You had to depend on artillery and CS gas to break up the line.
I wanted to mention that while yes, we did have some ourselves as the United States. When we entered World War II, we weren't bringing Maxims with us.
No,
we brought Browning water cooled machine guns instead.
Be 1917, 1913. I don't remember the number, but yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, we brought those instead because we thought they were better, and I'll be honest, I think they kind of were.
Yeah, I picked that one because it was one of the guns from the movie, and you get to see it a lot in that movie. It's pretty awesome. I mean, all the other weapons in the movie, they're all cliche. You know, the Vickers Mark I, the Lee Enfield Mark III. There was actually a sawed-off Lee Enfield Mark III in this movie, which was pretty wicked looking. They needed to make it short and handy for use in the tunnels, just in case.
When we joined World War I, we brought the Browning 1917 with us.
That's
because it was a water-cooled 30-06 machine gun.
Yep.
So
that is your movie and gun of the day. You'd probably find it on Amazon Prime Video if you have an account there. If you have Amazon Prime and you didn't know this, you have access to Prime Video as part of your membership. So take advantage of it. You can watch shows like this. You can watch like Vikings is on there up to season 4. They've got their own programs. You know, like The Man in High Castle's on there. You can watch the Grand Tour. You know, the new Top Gear. It's exclusively on Amazon Prime Video. So check it out. It's pretty good shit. And I think that is going to lead us to Angry's choice of girl of the day. Which I can't see Gunchannels, so whichever one you pick, someone else is going to have to read it.
I don't see it yet. Angry hasn't said anything yet.
No, remember there's a little bit of a delay. So.
Angry had said something quite a while back.
No, Angry, we're waiting on you.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. Shit's like halfway up, halfway down. Essentially, when my boss comes back, I'm going to tell him that we need to reset our connection. So this may be an abbreviated show, just in case I don't know how long it's going to take for it to come back up. We're going to keep it running now, in the meantime, though. So I guess I should go ahead and do that while we're on.
There we go.
While we're still on. Go ahead.
What's it? Adrienne Baliki, aka Miss Perkins.
Oh, let me see if I can get this to load. Excellent choice. Adrienne Lee Palicki. Yes. She is of of French and Polish descent. absolutely beautiful. She's what, Lady J on G.I. Joe, right?
No idea.
You never saw G.I. Joe?
No, I saw it, but he said, "Bet you can guess what movie I watched last night." Is what Angry's saying.
He watched Red Dawn. Wait, I could be wrong. Maybe he watched John Wick because she's in all those movies. She's in Wick, G.I. Joe, and Red Dawn.
Yep.
In the 2012 remake of Red Dawn. So I'm going to say he watched John Wick because nobody watches the remake of Red Dawn. Nobody in their right mind watches that.
He watched G.I. Joe.
All right. Excellent. Lady J is an excellent choice. As expected of the czar of Girl of the Day.
He said no, he didn't watch it. So.
All right, cool. Yeah, he was just about to be movie shamed.
He watched Wick. Okay.
Very good.
Either way, even if you watched it, no one's gonna give you shit for it because it's
Yeah.
shit.
Tomorrow is going to be it's going to be a hashtag huge day for vehicle of the day. So huge that I didn't even bother looking up one today. Anyway, that was my hour.
To go with the theme, vehicle of the day.
Yes.
The Humvee.
Okay.
The Humvee,
Venerable.
because we're going with, since you had the whole military quiz, we're going with it. The
Okay.
Humvee. It doesn't matter which one you choose, which model. The factor is the Humvee serves. It's still, even in the United States military, there are still some Humvees serving the United States military. So a lot of them they're mothballing, but the issue is they're still using some. So it's a good vehicle. It runs. It's reliable.
The very first models were kind of shitty because they used GM 6.2 diesels, and they had injector pump failures constantly. Trust me, because I worked on them enough.
Yeah.
And then the second, I don't want to call them generation, but the second revision of the H1 eventually had the 6.5 diesel, which was a little bit more reliable. Still prone to injector pump failures, and I think that's just what they stuck with ever since. I have a friend who actually owns one. He bought it military surplus, so he had to kind of weld stuff back together, and it didn't come with an engine. But he has an H1 with a 24-valve Cummins turbo diesel, and it puts out about, I think he said 770 horsepower and 1,500 pound-feet of torque out of a 6-cylinder diesel.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. And I've got a friend who used to work on them in the Army, and he told me this really cool story one time about how they were just fucking around out in the desert on a day off out in New Mexico, and they broke the front A-arm and hub on their Humvee. And the only way they can get it back to base was they took the A-arm and CV axle assembly from the right rear and they put it up on the left front and dragged its ass end all the way back to base.
And Sean, I've got bad news. Roger Moore is no longer with us.
I know, I already covered that.
All right. Just making sure.
The Playboy Bond, the second James Bond of the franchise. He was originally selected by Cubby Broccoli.
He was the third.
Well, okay, we won't count we'll count Lazenby. He was the third James Bond of the franchise. He was originally selected to replace Sean Connery because Cubby Broccoli was looking for a younger, more debonair-looking Playboy style for James Bond, which he found in Roger Moore. The ironic thing is Roger Moore was chronologically older than Sean Connery at the time by, I think, 2 years. But regardless, he did pull it off, and he was, I wouldn't revere him as the best Bond of the series. I still think the first one was the best one. But he did he did star in the most films, 7. And it was always my wish that Daniel Craig would have not been a victim of the writer's strike and all that other bullshit, because I thought that if he made 8 films to top Roger Moore's 7, I would have changed my opinion of who I thought the best Bond in the franchise would be. I really like Daniel Craig's Bond. You know, I give them pet names, each one. So like Connery is the original Bond. Lazenby is the one-time Bond. Roger Moore is the Playboy Bond. Timothy Dalton, I know this is going to trigger some people, but I called Timothy Dalton the gay Bond because he was let down by bad writing, kind of cliche stories, and honestly, he did look a little gay. But, you know, they went with him anyway. And then Pierce Brosnan, I called him the pretty boy blonde because he like had, you know, a chiseled look and just perfect hair. And he's also the one that was in movies that didn't involve Aston Martins, which was a travesty to the series. And then you get Daniel Craig, the raw Bond. That guy was just angry, out for vengeance, and always just vicious. And he had a problem with alcoholism, I think, in Casino Royale. So, or what's the one after Casino Royale?
Daniel
But
Craig
anyway,
is the dork-looking Bond.
he does have kind of goofy-looking ears, but I mean, the way he portrays the character is just raw and vicious and visceral, you know. And I'm like, that's awesome. I can adapt to that. I can associate with that. But I think he's going to end at 5. So he can't be the best. It's still going to be the original for me.
Damn, people are dropping down like flies.
On Gunchannels?
No, we lost Nikki Haley. We lost a rocker. Who else?
Well, now let's be fair. Roger Moore was really fucking old, so
He was 89. He had a good run. He was diagnosed and treated for cancer of the prostate in 1993 in a successful operation. And he died of cancer he died of cancer today. So, you know, I have a friend who has prostate cancer right now, and he was like, yeah, it's you know, by today's standards, if you're diagnosed with prostate cancer, you have about a 10-year life expectancy. And for a guy like Roger Moore, he's already past the average age of, you know, people anyway. So there's no sense in treating it. And another thing is I think it's called metastasizing. Prostate cancer has one of the highest forms of metastasizing, which means it spreads. So usually if you just leave it alone, it'll stay where it's at and you just go on, you know, and die of old age in a lot of cases. But if you cut it and you don't get everything out, there's a really good possibility that it'll spread somewhere else. So maybe he just avoided surgery, punched out his card on his terms, more or less. But yeah, that we got that message from Pink earlier today. Came as a bit of a surprise. I heard he was a little bit of a dick in real life too.
We also lost Powers Booth.
Yep.
it came as real surprise after I was just discussing Carol Bouquet.
Yeah, we lost. They got Curly Bill.
Well, bye.
Like, whew,
Via con Dios.
smells like someone up and died around here. Michael Bain's quote.
Yeah.
That was Sarah Connor's baby daddy.
Actually, he was also the model and the face of the Nintendo game Metal Gear. There's a scene with him standing, you know, up against a wall with a gun behind a spotlight type thing. That was a scene from Terminator 1 when he talks about the future. And the creator, Konami Studios, asked for permission to use that picture to characterize Solid Snake in Metal Gear. And he does actually look a bit like Michael Bain in the face, too. So, pretty neat little trivia. I would do a game of the day, but I would run out of games really fast. But I would definitely nominate the original Metal Gear because it had so many cool guns in it. It was a pretty simple story.
Just when I thought we couldn't stoop any lower.
What?
Now hold on, Sean.
Hmm.
Are we talking about the original Metal Gear, or are we talking about the NES Metal Gear?
Wait. There was one before the NES version?
It was the NES. The NES version was a port.
What
It's
did the first
originally
one come out of?
the original one was for the MSX2.
No shit.
Yeah,
All right. Well, I'm gonna go with the Nintendo version because that's the one most people.
1987.
Shit, I was born in 1987.
87, not 90.
87, dude.
Yeah, Metal Gear, 1987 for MSX2 computer. You're right.
The
It got
NES
ported
game
over the
was
same year for Nintendo, didn't it?
no. Well, it wasn't released here in the United States until 88.
Okay,
So-
so it was about a year later.
It's about a year later they ported it over to NES. Remember, they weren't able to do things as fast then as we are now because internet and stuff.
Well, I mean, considering, yeah, for the time, that's still respectably quick. 1 year to go international.
But let's be honest. While they did release a 2 for the NES, the issue is they didn't touch on the Metal Gear series for a long while.
It was a dispute between Konami, Nintendo, and Sony. That's why. Like you were saying, remember that story you were telling me about the how the Sony PlayStation came to exist? It was right around the beginning of the end for that.
Yeah.
That and was it Snake's Revenge? It didn't commercially sell very well. People thought it was too different. I thought they were cool. G-Web started a live video. He's probably telling people on Instagram to come to Gunchannels, where it's free to sign up and join the conversation. You can come meet all your famous YouTube personalities, and there's usually a show every night, except maybe on Sundays. But even then, I think Yankee's doing one now. This is where I nudge knives.
By the way, hit or miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock. This
Oh, yeah,
Tuesday
that's-
night, 9 o'clock.
That is what I was going to lead into. I was going to say, yeah, Gunchannels tonight. We're going to have the Daily Gun Show and Andalusia Armory, which are both followed by Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock. Is there a show that goes past yours?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so that's Gunchannels tonight. Now I give knives a nudge.
Alright, guys, don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com. You got patches, any shirts, hoodies. Don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com. Also, who's doing the Patreon right now?
As far as I know, right now there's a. It's not GoFundMe. What's that other one called?
Kickstarter?
Yeah, there's a Kickstarter going on with G-Webs right now for the Guns of the Old West
Old
playing
West
card
Guns.
decks. Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Go check that out.
Yeah, I get paid tonight. I might have to get me a set.
They got the ones with the egg cage for 60.
I got 3 of those card decks already.
I need some. I wanted a vulture.
And knives, I know some people like that whole rusted look, but I would not pay $12,000 for a car that's rusted like that.
I would.
It's a
I know
GTO.
exactly what that. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I know exactly what that is. I would definitely pay 12 grand for that because
I don't
there's
care
no.
Or
If it's just surface rust, that shit comes right off.
It's Cali rust.
Yeah. I mean, if there's no holes in the body, that's perfectly acceptable.
65
You know, I just thought
GTO
of a really-
too.
I thought of a really cool idea just now. How come no one has blued a car?
because you'd have to
Look like-
Because
constantly
it would
oil
rust.
Well, no.
It's hard as hell
Bluing
to
is rust.
kind of bitch to get the bluing to stick.
Bluing is oxidation. So, I mean, like,
Well, I
take
know
a
that.
steel-bodied car, blue it, and then clear coat the shit out of it.
Well, you
I mean, imagine
have
how
to
deep
clear
that
coat
would
it.
look. Yeah. But I mean, imagine how deep that would look.
Like if you lived anywhere near a beach, it would rust in a matter of weeks unless you coated it in something.
Hashtag Powerball car build right there. get like a 1950s Chevy 3-window truck, right, and just blue the whole body with teak decking in the bed for the wooden bed. Oh, that would be awesome.
To do one of those good blue jobs, you've got to heat the damn thing, and that's a little difficult.
Well, no, you just do it pieces at a time, like the fenders and the bed rails. Because a bed on a 50 Chevy, it's like 4 pieces. You got the flares, you got the bed sides, and then you got the bows for the wood on the floor, and then the tailgate. I mean, that could be done. The fenders could be done. The hood could be done. The doors, a little more difficult. The cab, definitely going to be the hardest part. But just the look of it would be incredible. I mean, just take a look at a Model 29 that's got a really good bluing job on it. And now imagine the entire truck body with that on it. Oh. And then you nickel plate the grill. That's it, right there. Smith & Wesson official truck. Got to call Chip Foose and have it made. I ain't calling West Coast Customs. They'll bling the shit out of it. We're going to paint it in House of Colors to look blued. Like, no, we're not. You're fired. We're going to do it the old way. Come on, you gotta admit that'd be awesome looking. Now, if only my freaking browser would work.
America, yeah.
Speaking of America, we're unpacking shipment today at work, and we have like an American flag shirt or something. And one of my managers was like, "Man, I'm tired of all this America shit. America ain't that great." And I was like, "America is the greatest country on earth." And she was like, "No, it ain't." I was like, "Well, go to Saudi Arabia for a day. You'll be begging to come back here."
I'll give you a one-way trip to Qatar.
Sounds like that person went and voted for Hillary.
Oh, I'm sure.
Give you a one-way ticket to Qatar.
I was like,
See how long it lasts.
America and Europe is probably the only place where we have legitimate freedoms and where you can get ahead in life, no matter like sex, creed, or religion. And
Not so much Europe, more or less, more so just America.
Yeah. I don't know. I was triggered. I had to stand up for America.
You had to stand up for America. It kind of hurt. Because Trump's president.
Yeah, and they're all talking shit about Trump, which I'm not a huge Trump fan, but it's just like, hey, how much CNN are y'all watching?
You don't want to know. You just don't.
Well, it ain't too many because their fucking ratings suck. It's like their number like 12. Like HGTV has more viewers than CNN. It's like people would rather know how to build a damn garden than listen to Don Lemon talk about shit he doesn't understand.
All right. I think I'm going to head out for a bit. Take care of a few things.
All right.
Do all that.
I'm trying to spare you guys the sounds of me going to my warehouse for a little while.
Yeah.
Hold on, my strike. Hold on, my strike.
I've been
Fucking
good.
nice, right?
I've been good, Knives. I haven't said anything mean or derogatory to you today.
Yeah, but Smeggy hasn't hit the chat. He hasn't come
That
up with
shit
it.
was hilarious, Knives. You're like,
So it's your fault.
he got his like bedroom eyes and bedroom voice going on. He was like, hold on, hold on, Night Strike, hold on, just wait. Wait a minute. You need to hear this. You're like, what, dude? I'm like, fuck you, Night Strike. Bedroom eyes.
Hold on, Night Strike. Hold on. Hold on, let me snuggle against you right quick. Let me get close to you. Fuck you, Night Strike.
No, I won't give you the pleasure.
What about on Tuesdays?
The only thing on Tuesdays is hit or miss. Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Good shit.
All right. Anyways, I gotta go. I gotta take care of things. So I'll be back later if you guys are around. If not, see you at 9 o'clock.
We'll be here as long as the internet connection holds out.
Bring me money.
Some of us will anyway.
Yeah, some of us will. Anyways, later.
See ya.
Bring us money.
Well, things are moving right along pretty good. Shit, I gotta mute this because he's listening to something loud.
Hey, man, what you been up to, man?
Not a whole lot. About you?
Same shit, bro. Every fucking day.
Yep, same here. Yeah, I get on my Facebook and this morning because I was kind of up late last night, and I see that Roger Moore died and this damn bombing in England. It's like shit. I don't check social media for like 5 hours, and all this shit goes down.
Don't worry, pretty soon they'll have it ingrained into your skull so you don't ever miss anything.
Yeah, it's getting there. That's for sure.
God, I need a nap.
I know I'm struggling to stay up. Hopefully I don't start snoozing and get that badge. I don't really want that one.
Yeah, so far I ain't fell asleep at the desk yet, but I suppose there's always a first time.
I should show you guys my Fiat. It's the only car in the parking lot right now, and I've got drag slicks on it. Just because I like fucking with people. Doing like 6 grand clutch dumps and shit. There it is. Way out there. You know how hard it is to find drag radials for a car that small? My dad was all like, the fuck? You're missing hubcaps. I was like, those aren't the same wheels. And he's like, there ain't no tread on your tires. I was like, yeah, there is. I was like, that is all grip. And he looks down, he's like, these are drag radials. I'm like, no shit. And he's like, on a fucking Fiat. I'm like, yep.
You got them on the back?
Just put some donuts on the back of it. You'll be shit.
So where's everyone at your work, Sean? Lunch break?
Yeah, right now it's just me and one of my warehouse guys. Like a bunch of the girls go lunch. It's fucked up, man. Like the girls can go have lunch together. And then like the peace and quiet's nice. I can be God damn it. I shouldn't even be doing this shit right now. I'm lifting weights. Fuck, I just did it again. I'm unloading a container because I need the shit that's in it. days. Yeah, it's really weird is the past couple of days, I keep telling myself, I'm like, okay, body, brain, let's have a talk. And they're like, okay, we're listening. I'm like, you have fatigue. You have physical fatigue. You've been sleeping like shit. You gotta really careful with what you eat. All right, we're going to bed. Finally. And the brain's like, nope, ain't listening to you. Fuck off.
Well, you know, the reality is that the heart, aka body,
The heart's-
stand up saying, "Hey, look, I'm dying here. You guys got to take it easy." The brain's like, "Well, I'm fucking scared to death. I ain't ever gonna sleep again."
No, the heart's just like, man, I'm just along for the ride. Like, fuck. I don't know. Try not to over-exert myself. Right now, I'm not usually putting this together ain't that big of a deal either. When he makes me build the 60-pounders, that's when I start.
I was asking if you
I already
have
know.
experience with automotive tuning software.
I already know how I'm going to hide the body. I just can't say it on the air. That would be incriminating.
That's typically a good
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
thing to do.
Mental note: if you're going to do something like that, don't talk about how you're going to do it. You can write a book about it
especially
after the
on
fact.
air.
Didn't OJ get a parole hearing today?
Yeah, I think so.
Las Vegas.
It's like,
Yeah, I think it's getting out in October.
could you imagine what that parole hearing must be like if you're the judge? Like, you're a white, old Southern judge doing a parole hearing for OJ Simpson, right? And the first thing you do is, welcome back, Mr. Simpson. Welcome to your parole hearing. Like,
Can I
thank you,
get your
Your Honor.
autograph for Juice?
No,
OJ
no, no.
Simpson could
He's
walk
like-
out of prison as early as October after being granted a July parole board hearing.
Well, no, I mean, just imagine how that's going to go down. He's like, welcome to your parole hearing. He's like, thank you, Your Honor. And he's like, before we begin, I would like to ask you one question. And he'd be like, yes, sir. And you pull out that book, If I Had Done It, that he wrote, and be like, what the fuck is this shit? Parole denied. Get out of my room. Remember that book, If I Did It, or How I Would Have Done It If I Did It? Or
Yeah,
whatever?
but you can't, as to my knowledge, now I don't live in Nevada, so I don't know all their laws, but to my knowledge, they can't use that to say, hey, you can't get, they can only look at the facts of the charges that he's in jail.
No, that's fine. I would just hold the book up every time, though, and say, what the fuck is this shit? And just see how he would react.
It's like, hey, you bought a copy.
State's evidence.
Want me to sign it for you?
I'll sign it for you if you grant my parole.
I'm like, all right,
Juice.
I'm going to cut off the tip of your right index finger, and I want you to autograph it in your blood.
I want you to write to, from Juice to Judge whatever.
Judge Haterade. All right, I heard someone just hit backspace a bunch of times on a text message. I can hear that.
Say my bad. I'll mute myself.
No, I just think it's funny that I can hear it. So the smear campaign of Aaron Hernandez continues.
Why are we still talking about him? He's dead. That's just...
I know, but the smear campaign continues, which I think is comical. It was like, prison guards have disclosed that Aaron Hernandez has repeatedly requested, different cellmates, including one man quoted as his heart. Aww.
So
Like, they're
the guy
really
was
trying to-
looking for some love in prison. I mean,
Yeah, they're really trying to, make him that
think
awkward
about it. If
dude.
he was serving 2 life sentences, he's going to need something for that time.
Hey, Sean.
Yep.
Steven's asking if you know anything about automotive tuning software.
Oh, I'm going to admit something to you. I am Old Testament. I don't mess with fuel maps or anything like that. I'm still like a carburetor guy, to be honest.
Yeah, all data.
It's not that I don't want to learn it. It just seems so intimidating to me that I haven't bothered. And that's funny because I'm an IT guy.
Nah, I'm like not the best guy to ask about that, to be honest. Sorry. I think the furthest my delving into fuel injection goes is I was playing around with GM's throttle body injection from like the late 80s, early 90s.
OBD1.
Well, the last one I worked on was OBD2, but yeah, pretty much the same thing. I don't know. I do need to learn it though, because I want to convert my BMW to a 6-liter, BM 6-liter.
I dick with it some, but only for going through looking for problems. I've never used it for actually trying to increase performance, because that's just way over my freaking head.
Now, I was the kind of guy who did hill climbing with a Jeep with a carburetor, and people are all like, you should use fuel injection so you don't flood out. And I'm like, no, I'm going to figure out a solution to this instead. You know? I did. I put in an electric fuel pump in a carbureted engine. That worked fine.
I'll be back in a few.
Alrighty, have a good one.
It's either coffee time or check the bank statement.
No, bathroom time.
Oh,
sorry.
He got hot.
Make sure you take a picture.
No. Gunchannels is not about to turn into ratemypoo.com.
I'm not even gonna Google that to see if it's a real site.
It's real.
It's real.
Got the nut slapper.
Ratemypoo.com.
Nope. It ain't gonna happen.
Remember this one guy called it like the what was it? The Alabama anaconda or something like that. Like they give it pet names. Dude was talking about, yeah, I was at a barbecue here, and he was Tuscaloosa. It's like I was at this barbecue joint in Tuscaloosa, eating the corn, washing it down with some dark beer. And he's like, and I unleashed the Alabama anaconda. Rate my poo.
Yeah,
Massive.
I was working with a girl one time, and we were talking about it. She was like, is that a real site? We were like, oh, yeah. She was like, I don't believe you. I was like, well, you get home, go look it up. And like the next day she came to work, she was like, oh, my God. She was like, so I got on that site, and I ended up looking at it for like over 2 hours.
It is slightly amazing.
Some of them were pretty impressive.
Some of the colors are amazing.
I don't know what to say.
The most common question asked on that website is, what the hell did you eat?
Yeah.
Kind of creepy.
It just comes out that way.
Just weird.
It's amazing. You won't take it up the ass, but when it comes out, the ass is different. Yeah, I fucking killed the chat.
Good job.
Nah, it's good. As long as Hugs ain't around.
I don't know. She seems like on the level so far. Like the way I described her to somebody else yesterday, I was like, she seems like the type of person who would walk up to you and punch you on the arm, drink a beer with you, you know?
Hold on. Yeah, yesterday you guys were telling me, because I came in late, we had a chick on?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, dude, we had proof of females on Gunchannels yesterday.
There was a sighting? It's been a while.
No, she's cool people. She played along. We did this game where it was it was like the Dream Gun game. 1 pistol, 1 rifle, 1 shotgun, take your pick. And then we went into like Dream Milsurp. She played along. She did a really good job.
Just need that fucking Pelvesi infidel upper.
I still want that
$8K
Spikes
lower?
Warthog lower, but I can't justify the cost.
I want the infidel one. I wonder if it's illegal here in California.
My coworker's watching like Spanish comedies from the 1960s. and 50s.
That's what the black and white.
Yeah, he loved
Yeah,
those.
those are good ones.
He came from Toxco. Shit like that all the time. He's like, yeah, I used to watch these growing up. That's cool. We had Mr. Ed and Andy Griffith.
We still watch them. Cantiflas.
Oh, they're back. The lunch hour is over. So when I go back to a mumble.
Yo, Sean.
Yeah.
Ask him about Cantiflas when you see him.
Oh, yeah. So there's a Houston Antifa movement, or Texas Antifa. They're coming to Houston on the exact same day as the biggest gun show in the city. That's going to go real well. A little airsoft. That John Brown Gun Club dude that Matt had, not the chick, the dude, you could tell he was a bit, he was asked that question. He was like, you know, we can see these pictures and we can spot the fakes. And this guy was like, his response was stupid. It was like,
We lost you.
Just know you're not in for any trouble.
Yeah, we lost you.
What, the hosting machine?
Nah, man, when you were talking.
Oh, yeah, I was in the container. Sorry. I'll get back to it when I get back to my desk.
The probe. I was watching that shit Jeff Gordy today. What was it? They were interviewing the CIA.
Mental note: if you kidnap somebody, throw them in a shipping container because Wi-Fi signals don't work.
No, man,
Yeah,
just
the
throw
police are
them
going to be like, "You received a phone call from Predator."
Throw them in a 68 Cadillac, dude. It's basically an apartment.
I think I heard you say Cadillac.
Yeah.
If you want a Cadillac, an older one, the one I would recommend to you is a Cadillac Calais. They are fucking awesome. They're huge. They got 2 doors, like a 20-foot long hood.
Nah, if you want to kidnap somebody or kill them, get a 68 Cadillac. Put them in the trunk.
If you've ever seen the original Gone in 60 Seconds from the 1970s, the Halicki version,
yeah,
there's this like comedy relief section of like these young black kids, and they were driving around smoking pot in a Cadillac Calais. That car is so fucking cool. Stacked headlights, tail fins, it's all angles and straight lines. Sexy.
The coolest caddy of them all is a 59.
Yeah, I'd go for that.
a bunch of chrome.
Although I do have a thing for a 55 Eldorado.
What is it, like $100,000 worth of chrome?
Pretty much. It's like 400 pounds worth of chrome, that's for damn sure.
To get it redone?
59 convertible, more precise.
The only 59 I want is the hearse. For obvious reasons.
One of my old landlords had a 59 convertible, red and white. Pretty car. Man, that thing was a barge.
Yeah, our Impala had enough room in the trunk for 4 spare wheels.
That Cadillac probably had enough room for 4 spare Impalas.
There's a lot of room in those.
It's basically in a fucking apartment.
Yeah, you can put a mailbox on the end of it. Oh, hang on a sec. Hey, you gotta reset the router. Well, if hers is working, it's fine. Is it good? Okay. It's just a couple of machines, but the wiring's not working. All right. That's fine. The show goes on. Well, don't stop on my account.
Yeah, when I got home from work, I turned on the television. I flipped it over to Fox News, and they were talking about the bombing. So then I flipped it over to MSNBC, and they're talking about like the Trump-Russia collusion.
Oh yeah, they were
I
doing
got a
an
phone
interview,
call
I think.
last night from a friend in Manchester, and he's telling me that his daughter got hit. And I was like, "What do you mean she got hit?" I was like, "She's not old enough to serve." And he was like, "I know. She got hit by a bomb." I'm like, "You're fucking kidding me." He's like, "Turn on the news."
Damn.
So, I didn't get much sleep. She didn't get much sleep. She's had 10 blood transfusions since last night. Said her neck was like spewing like a sieve. I was like, that's kind of scary, dude.
Yeah, I have a friend that she just got married, and they're, I guess, honeymooning in England. And I was like, yep, that sucks now, because now you're going to deal with a bunch of shit when you try to leave.
Well, not only that, everything is like way more expensive all of a sudden because of the Brexit thing. Like the rest of the EU is trying to punish them for leaving. Bunch of dicks. The Royale with cheese over there is 15 pounds right now. 15.
How many people got hit?
22 dead, over
Yeah.
50 wounded.
It's like, yeah, I guess the guy just had a bunch of bombs strapped to him and just walked into the middle of a crowd and blew himself up. Just wondering how long it's going to take Europe to figure out, like, yeah, this whole, like, cultural diversity shit isn't going to work for y'all. I'm sorry. It's like political Islam is not compatible with Western values.
Hell, we should start picking these motherfuckers up, throwing them in the middle of the fucking island.
But you got to be tolerant.
Well, the religious part of it, that's got nothing to do with just this jihad. It's this political Islam. It's like they're literally taking what Muhammad said in the Quran and acting out on it. Whereas, like, hundreds of millions of Muslims, you know, would never jihad or anything like that. It's just, but when there's 1.5 billion of them and, you know, 10 to 20% are jihadists or Islamists, you know, that's several million people you got to worry about.
I bet half of these motherfuckers are celebrating inside their house.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's why everybody should own a big bore revolver.
Yeah, I heard that.
Did you hear my other comment?
Everybody should have a big bore revolver.
Oh, okay. I can't ever tell if I just got booted or what when I get dead silence after I make a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the same thing sometimes.
They keep blowing themselves up. They still don't. The government still fucking keeps them there.
Well, I overheard. I'm not totally sure if it's correct or not, but they're saying that this guy that did it was on the damn terrorist watch list, and they knew who he was. It's like they don't have the resources to watch all these people, so they have to, I guess, put them in groups or like these people we definitely know are going to do something, whereas these people kind of sort of want to do something, but not 100% sure if they'll go through with it. It's like it's times like this. I thank God we have a huge ocean separating us from the shithole that's becoming the Middle East.
Who's persecuting a religion?
Cricket, cricket.
What we need to do is just convince the moderate Muslims to have a reformation like the Christians did with the Catholic Church. So, I mean, the fucking Catholic Church used to be just as bad.
My point is that anybody who wants to commit terrorist acts, I don't give a fiddler's fuck who they pray to, should be killed. Big Boar style.
I plead the fifth.
Pulling a General Flynn.
I plead the fifth. Get Corey up in this bitch. Chew that, G. I fucked up.
My 44 knows no race, creed, or religion. Although I am considering teaching it to go rob banks, since how I saw earlier where an AK-47 robbed a pizza guy.
It's overkill for like $20. Because I don't think most delivery drivers carry more than $20 or $30 on them.
The point of it is the kid said he was robbed by an AK-47. Holding one, he's robbed by the gun.
Well, kids can be kind of dumb.
Well, the news is repeating it like it's the local news is
There's
repeating
no
it like
time to
it's
spare.
tomorrow here.
Back in time.
That was the first trigger this morning.
Could I cut that any closer?
What?
The hosting machine disconnected for a little while.
Oh, is that where you went?
Yeah, I had to reset the router. On the plus side, I got Gunchannels back finally.
Sky Guy spent half an hour looking at poo. We did not force you to do that, sir. This wasn't Crimson Tide. I can't do that, sir.
My actions are pretty simple to keep track of. I mostly sit in a chair or go to bed. Occasionally make a bathroom break.
Flash, I'm ready to retire. Forever. I gotta admit though, being outside in the heat just now actually felt pretty good. Now you know there's something wrong with me. So where's the Donald's Europe tour, Middle Eastern tour taken today? I haven't read on it at all. Has anyone seen it?
I think he's still in Israel.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's gonna take a visit to the Golan Heights. That'd be awesome.
He was going to a couple other places, but I don't remember. I didn't care.
But you're supposed to care. The things that aren't covered by CNN are the things you're supposed to care about. Ain't that the goddamn truth?
Did you see that clip on CNN with like the former Navy SEAL just talking about how their journalists are like garbage, and like the whole entire panel just like jumped all on them. They're like, CNN has great journalism. Yeah,
that's awesome.
He was like, if this is a real source, why don't they say who it is instead of saying anonymous?
Yeah.
And she's like,
why are you
we don't
hiding
reveal
behind
our
anonymity?
sources. Yeah, exactly.
It's because you don't have sources. The sources you flush down the toilet because you're full of shit. It's literally what he should have answered them with. I don't know, man. All you got to do is follow the paper trail of all those old cabinet people who got fired and who they were married to. Or all those freaking loudmouth liberals in Congress who they're married to. And it becomes really obvious why they control the narrative.
Oh, yeah. It's like Feinstein's husband works for some arms company, and he can make a lot of money if they push the gun ban through because it drives up gun sales and yada yada. And
hey, how come her old ass is still alive?
Who?
You just need to track her down and show her that awesome turtle body of yours. She'll probably have a heart attack and die.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got the sexy, fluffy body though.
Are you fluffy?
Feed me chocolate.
Just say you're a non-democratic voting Hispanic, and that should like blow her mind because she probably doesn't think you're real. You're like a Sasquatch to her.
I got a better one. Say you're a first-generation immigrant conservative.
Yeah, there you go.
A gun-owning one.
Nah, one of my cousins found out I fucking voted. I'm a conservative. Yeah, they ended in a big ass fight during the party. Until I said, shut the fuck up, you ain't got no papers. Then I got punched.
Take your time. And that bound periscope is when you rush. That's when accidents happen. Shut up, Bookman. What the hell is this, Bookman? Looks like a can of lard, sir. And this?
Down with
Opposite.
Periscope.
Do you think every morning I'm going to wake up and want a big steaming cup of pig fat? No, sir. If it's really cold out, like, shut up, Buckman.
It's been a while since I saw that
Love
movie.
that movie.
Down with
Lauren,
Periscope.
is it Lauren Holly? She's a real big fan of the Navy. She did a couple of movies as a Navy officer.
Thanks for posting the G-Webs. For some reason, I ain't thinking about that shit today.
Hey, you guys remember when Buckman farted?
Mm-hmm. Someone shoot Buckman out of a torpedo tube. Ooh.
What's going on, sir? It sounds like a big
Buckman.
explosion.
The Buckman passing wind is nothing after you see the original Blazing Saddle campfire.
Nah, dude, these guys were trapped in a tube of steel. And this dude wouldn't let one fly.
And they try
I
to
know
go
what it
secret.
is. Seen the freaking movie, but it still ain't nothing like burning off the whole freaking Western Plains.
That is pretty bad. What
And
really
it's especially hilarious if you watch it on regular TV where they delete the sound on all that shit.
Talking about Blazing Saddles.
You betcha.
Yeah, when I was like 6 or 7, my dad showed me that one scene. He was like, "This is the only scene in the movie I'm going to let you see." Like, as soon as it was over, he turned it off. And then I watched it when I got a little older, and I was like, I know exactly why you didn't let me watch this.
It's the weenie tattoo.
GLK, I think, right? Yeah. So I figure if I do 10 today, 20 tomorrow, 10 on Friday. Wait, today's Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can spread this out. I can do 10 a day. That's now this list doesn't seem so bad. I'm gonna pace myself. So anyway, the president has not been, he hasn't commented on last night yet, I don't think, right?
The terrorist thing?
Yeah.
I heard that he called the terrorists losers or something like that.
Sticks and stones, right?
Yeah, he's commented a couple of times. He said he ain't going to call them monsters because they'd like that. Well, I am going to duck out of here for a while and get on the phone.
Later, Tony.
Later, Tony.
You got to find out where the hell money's at. You guys take it easy.
Bye.
I just saw a meme on Facebook, and it's Trump at the West Wall with his little yarmulke on. He's got his hand on the wall. It says, "Who paid for you?" He whispered, "But old walls keeps her secrets."
But I told my parents, there's less people crossing the border. There's less people dying. Yeah, I wonder how much that HK PSG-1 sniper rifle goes for.
I would imagine if you can't import them, a couple grand.
Man, every time I hear a couple grand, it goes like further away from me.
I mean, because HKs were already expensive even back in the 80s, so. It's a unicorn gun. Although I think I read HKs, they just got a factory here, so maybe they'll start producing them. Because I read they're only producing weapons for the civilian market, so they're not doing any military contracts for this particular factory. So if the demand's there, maybe they'll start producing it. I'm sure it'll still be expensive.
They should bring it back. That thing will probably sell quick. Yeah, Sean got NSA'd.
Again. Must be in like communications with like North Korea or something. Gets NSA'd all the time. So chat's saying that a PSG is like 14,000.
Yeah, Nuke.
Yeah, that's a lot of dough for a sniper rifle.
Pay off my fucking school loan.
Yeah, right?
HK? School loan.
I used to have a HK. I had to sell it though.
Hey, you know what company sells those banana mags for HK? For for the AK?
You mean like the 30 round magazines?
The 40 rounders.
Oh,
They're like banana.
Oh, they're actually painted yellow.
Should be up now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would think they had to be some old com block stuff. Surplus. Magpul might make one now. I don't know.
Got NSA'd. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you out with that one.
I think they're cool. They're funny as fuck though.
I saw Mr. Guns and Gear. He's got a yellow one with like the Chiquita banana sticker on it.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
Why are you talking about that commie shit? Kidding.
Nah, I just called Snaggy a fucking communist yesterday. He got mad.
Communism is globalism. Didn't you know that?
Nah. I'm from California. I don't even know.
My shop connection is really bad today.
Hey, how's your heart, dude?
Shitty.
Hey, man, do you take drink tea and shit like that?
What's that?
Do you drink tea?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Tea, cranberry juice. Every once in a while, I'll treat myself to a Fanta now. I don't know. It's kind of bad, but it's tolerable.
I haven't drank soda in a while. It tastes like fucking Armor Hammer. I tried it.
Yesterday was fucking bad, man. I don't know how the hell I made it through the whole day. I was in a short-tempered mood, though. Like, I got home, exhausted. Grabbed my dog, rubbed his ears or whatever. Went to the kitchen, I grabbed a beer. Because, I thin out the blood a little bit and actually feel a little bit better. There's scientific proof, that works. As long as you don't overdo it. So I only had one. And I was getting this lecture. And I was like, look, I'm not going to explain myself to you. And I walked out of the room. Then I started talking to my dad. He's like, that's your medicine? I'm like, yeah. So we were hanging out. And she comes in the room and starts arguing with me again. And I was like, you are literally 1 second away from me throwing this bottle against the wall right above your head if you don't get the hell out of the room and leave me alone. And she looked at me and she was like, okay then. Just walked out.
She wanted to nag at somebody.
I was like, I was not in the mood to hear any lip. She's like, would you have really thrown that bottle? I was like, I was just about to let it fly. I was pissed. Every time I get into an argument with her about that, right? She's like, well, where the fuck are your cards? And I'm like, how the fuck do I know? They're supposed to be here. She's like, shouldn't you be yelling at them a little more frequently? And I'm like, it's not going to get them here any faster.
Yeah, I got yelled at this morning, so shit.
Sound better than you did last week.
Yeah, Monday I feel better.
Just make sure
I had a fever on Sunday.
I was going to say, make sure you totally kill it, whatever it is, because in the meds a little early, I'll have a cold or a flu or something, and it'll turn into an upper respiratory infection, and that's fucking crap.
Yeah, my mom gave me some of that Mexican herbal medicine and tea and shit.
Yeah. Is it working?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Tired. Hot. Shop's fucking 85 degrees right now.
Ooh, fuck that shit. You guys got the humidity shit.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. Can't put a 2-pound can of honey roasted peanuts at my office. I will make them disappear. Legumes are good for you. So, legumes.
Oh, we get that roasted peanuts from the bar.
Got it. That girl's not fuck. Lunch channels. Finally at 2:00.
What you got? What you got?
Let me take a look. It's a mystery box. Oh, I like this. It's fried fish and eggs and spinach. And rice. It's the advantages of having an Asian boss. I need to remember to bring a bottle of soy sauce up to work. Keep forgetting.
Big ass bottle.
Mm-hmm. My boss took offense when I brought I think it was a 1.5 gallon bottle of sake. Looked like a damn floor lamp. Let's get the latest.
Watch live. Former CIA director testified at open. Still, they've been down since this morning.
So Democrats are trying to find collusion.
That's right. Gordy was asking,
found evidence.
You gotta prove it. You gotta prove it. Fucking analyze it. Prove it. And I forgot what he said after that. He said it like a bunch of times. And I guess he got mad a few times. You're not answering my question.
General Flynn invokes Fifth Amendment. Uh-oh.
Fifth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trump is in Rome.
Roma, is he going to visit with the Pope?
I guess.
He's
probably Vatican.
Yeah, I was going to say Trump's just going on a wall tour. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to China yet. They have the best wall in the world.
You know, there's
the
China.
China.
Truth to that, if you think about it. He went to Saudi Arabia. They built a gigantic wall with the Iraqi border. Then he went to Israel. He went to the Western Wall. And now he's going to Rome. He's going to see the Vatican Wall. He's like, this is great. This is huge. It's been around for like 700 years. We need this.
Yeah. These walls are spectacular. And we need one on our southern border.
I'm pretty sure he would have stopped in Berlin, but, you know, no wall.
Yeah, not anymore.
They ought to pull off a Berlin to that town in Sweden where the cops are too afraid to go in. Be like, hey, if you're not going to go in, we're just going to wall it off.
Just wall it off. Is it just refugees in that area, or is there actually Swedish people?
Well, the last Swedish person to walk through that neighborhood got gang raped, and the cops got to the neighborhood, saw her there, turned around and left because they weren't going in.
Yeah.
Like, Smeggy got hyper triggered. He was like, that's fucking bullshit. I'm like, I know.
Oh, yeah, I remember. That's what the PC culture's done. You know, if they actually went in there, did their job like the police are supposed to do, someone would have caught it on camera and thrown a fucking hissy fit. Which is why our crime, or like the murder rate's starting to go up, because cops don't want to patrol bad neighborhoods anymore because they're afraid they're going to get caught on camera doing something that to the untrained eye looks really bad, and they're going to like lose their job over, or worse, you know, spend some time in prison.
Iran condemns the UK attack but criticizes the Western security ties to the Gulf. Those are two unrelated things.
The whole area is just, it's like what happens? So hopefully their oil lasts for a while, because once it's gone, we won't have any incentive to protect any of those people anymore.
Stone Age.
And you're probably right on that one.
Problem is they got enough money to buy whatever they need for like 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, it's like Saudis hate Iran, the Irans hate the Saudis, so each of them are funding different terrorist groups to fight the other terrorist groups. It's like, we sell weapons to one group that's like fighting against ISIS. And it's just
they'll use it on us in 20 years.
Yeah, and it's like we get blowback in 5 years from it. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but I guess someone thinks it's important enough to get involved in.
Wait a minute.
Tax on carbonated drinks, that's crazy.
That sounds like New York.
Yeah. Except you can't get more. What was Bluebird pushing? Was it 16 ounces of soda at one time?
Mm-hmm.
Goddamn globalist.
I'm sorry, I didn't recognize that voice.
Globalist.
There it is.
Yeah, I was actually listening to his show today. It's like 10 minutes of like advertisements for like boner pills and like brain pills, and like 20 minutes of him just ranting off his crazy conspiracies.
Have you tried those Patriot Pro Greens or whatever that they talk about all the time on the radio?
Uh-uh.
I've been meaning to try it. I mean, I'm sure it's just like a super antioxidant shake or something, but I'm pretty sure that's the same stuff that Michaela Maroney was drinking when she was doing her Instagram pictures, like the dark green goo.
Man, you're still obsessed with that chick.
No, I remember she had that, and it reminded me of that stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've been meaning to buy that. See, I like advertising that reminds you to do things, not forces you to buy them or watch them,
Yeah.
Okay, maybe she's stuck in my head a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Can't blame me though.
Yeah, she's pretty hot.
Oh yeah. Okay, so last night on the Michael Berry fan page, they do these things, meme questions, right? And one of them was from last week. It was name something that wouldn't exist without black people. So then, people threw out their rampant racism, whatever. But I actually put something legit. I was like, soul music. I'm like, there would not be soul music without black people, and it's a great genre of music. So they're like, oh, you spoiled it. We were just having some fun. I was like, no, you're just being blatant racist asshole. So then I turned around, I took the exact same meme and I threw it back with like the most redneck picture I can find. And I was like, imagine what would not exist without white people. And strangely enough, all the people who were racist to black people, they were racist to white people too. And I'm like, okay, it's fair. It's all open game.
Yep.
And then yesterday, it was name something that wouldn't exist without Islam. And boy, was that shit crazy. I put it, your Greek mythology?
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you know who Pan was?
Like in the Pan's Labyrinth or whatever?
The thing that the half goat, half human.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Maybe something that didn't exist without Islam. I was like, oh, every day I put a picture of Pan up there.
Yeah, if someone asked me like name something that wouldn't exist without black people, I would say white people because we came, we're all originally
That's true, isn't
from
it?
Africa, so it's like, yeah, without black people, there would be no people.
After the redneck from the bayou are fucking black too.
Honest to God truth. Name something that wouldn't exist without aliens. I would say Asians. And I'm not even trying to be racist. I'm dead serious. They have facial features and contours that no other race in the world has. And there was a theory that if there was really something extraterrestrial, that they crossbred with whatever was here, and you have the Asians.
Is that why
And
they're
I'm
so
half Asian,
smart?
and I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with that theory. Because look at Mandarin. It has like 60,000 characters. It doesn't look like anything else.
Man, now you're getting into Alex Jones territory.
Well, the joke is there's a sort of derogatory term for people who are of Oriental descent, and they're like, I don't speak that moon speak. Origins of moon speak was people from an extraterrestrial beginning origin.
Huh.
I mean, if it's real, I'm cool with that idea. If it's not, whatever,
Yeah, it's interesting to think about. Yeah, I was listening. I think it was one of Joe Rogan's podcasts. No, it was one of Dave Rubin's podcasts, and he had some like biologists on there, and he was essentially stating that if all the races would have been isolated for a couple more thousand years than we are now, then all the races would actually be like a separate subspecies of human to the
Probably.
point where like it would be like a horse and a donkey having an offspring of the mule, but the mule's sterile. It'd be the same way with us. And I thought that was pretty interesting because they said like geographically we were separated enough, but technology caught up to the point where like we could intermingle pretty easily. Oh, somebody posted something about math. Math is still on Facebook. I gotta watch the video real quick.
Ooh, this is going to be a hard one. And so ends another lunch channel.
Yeah, it's usually a little bit more busier than it is today.
It's Tuesday.
Oh, that is so not for me.
Hold on, I gotta go outside. The fucking plumber's here.
What did we say about stopping up that toilet?
We got the shitty fucking apartment.
Is it one of those like eco-friendly ones that only uses a certain amount of gallons of water? I personally hate those toilets.
Yeah, they never get it all in the first shot.
Nope.
That is United Airlines. They have no business calling my shop. I guess I'll check. Oh, that was legit. Imagine that.
What was legit?
That call?
Oh.
I got air cargo coming. It's time to overdose on the heart pills. Woo-hoo. Hopefully that'll work within 3 minutes, and I'll feel a lot better. Because when my dad got these pills, he was only supposed to take 1 a day. I take 4 a day.
For your heart.
Amit is on Facebook, but he is not on Gunchannels. So there's this girl. She's like the ex that never happened. She's a bit of a nut job sometimes. She always lashes out in her posts. And it's like, she's always inviting people to delete her account so she can stop following them or whatever. And it's like, why don't you just delete them yourself? She's like, if you're one of those people making fun of the bombing and the deaths at the concert last night, immediately delete me because I think you're vile. And it's like, well, if you think they're vile, just delete them yourself.
Yeah, right? It's like she just needs the government to come delete her Twitter feed. I did see some journalist, and of course everybody just started dogging him, but he was just like, yeah, I heard whoever Grande's concert last night was a real blast. I was like, oh, that's horrible.
Before I got disconnected, I was talking about it a little bit, but I'm like, honestly, there were clues that was going to happen. You got this dude with his long ass beard, dressed in rags that smells like the north end of a southbound cow, at a concert for teenage girls. Something should have told you that they don't belong there.
I'm just chaperone.
Like, there should have been a tip right there.
Well,
I'm a perf. And I go boom.
Yeah. Well, the sad thing is like, I think I read somewhere that this guy was on one of Britain's watch lists, like terrorist watch lists. And it's like, he got put on a watch list. That didn't stop him from blowing himself up and taking 22 people with him.
It hurts.
Saying in the chat, is Island Z not doing the Daily Gun Show anymore?
That is true.
Just work related, or?
Probably. It usually comes in at the last half.
We'll miss that tactical hot shot. He does.
Smeggy doesn't know.
Dude, I could have won that shit yesterday. Shit.
Maybe I can call up Alex Jones and just be like, hey, big fan, can you just say you're the tactical quiz hot shot of the day and let me record it?
Like, I don't think I get it, but okay.
That sounds like a globalist plot, but you're today's winner tactical hot shot of the day.
You fucking globalist. You might be able to get Jesse Ventura to do it first.
Does it pay anything? $5, I'm in.
Let me go for Mexico.
And of course, his will always end with "Don't you know?"
Yeah. You're the tactical hot shot of the day, don't you know? Let me tell you about aliens.
Yo, man, that dude, that dude in the little fucking ponytail, might as well shave your head, dude.
Let me tell you about the time my biceps were bigger than Arnold's on the set of Predator. I don't care what that Austrian son of a bitch says. Mine were bigger.
Destroy Californian bullshit.
I thought he was like a good governor for you.
Hell no.
Yeah, Swartz. I mean, was he the first Republican governor since Ronald Reagan in California?
Fucking anti-gun motherfucker.
Yeah, it's funny he's anti-gun.
That's funny. How do you deal with Saudi Arabia? There was this one time when Queen Elizabeth was a badass and gave the Saudi Arabian king a lesson in power. One time when he visited Balmoral, the vast royal estate in Scotland, and got offered a tour, the Queen climbed into the driver's seat, turned the ignition, and drove off. Women are not yet allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia, and Abdullah was not used to being driven around by a woman, let alone a queen. His nervousness only increased as the Queen, an army driver in wartime, accelerated in her Land Rover through narrow Scottish estate roads, driving with one hand and talking the entire time. Through his interpreter, the Crown Prince implored the Queen to please slow down and concentrate on the road ahead.
Nice.
She should have held a phone in the other hand. That would have been hilarious.
You mind if I do my makeup real quick?
Oh shit. Liberals are threatening to solve the problems of being liberal themselves. More college kids pledge to remove their testicles if Trump builds a wall.
Do it.
That's what you gotta do. Go right
Do it.
ahead.
More for me.
Gotta thin them people out.
No, because then they'll blame contrails.
More for me.
Well, hell, they're beta males already. They don't need their testicles.
My name is Mr. Knives. I like short walks on the beach. Would you like to dance on my tip tip?
Why are people shitting all over David Clark's medals these days? Like, there's a meme of him standing with, like, he's got his sheriff's badge, and there's a bunch of little, like, pin medals all around it. And nobody can explain what they are. And there's a meme going around with him and that, and a kid in a Marine costume. And it said, these two have served the exact same amount of time in the military, which is 0. It's like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, people are
There's civilian
stupid.
awards.
Yeah.
David Clark is that one sheriff, right?
Yeah. Milwaukee sheriff.
Yeah, I wish we had him here in Cali.
Millennials declare Hillary the 6th most beautiful woman on earth.
What?
Well, maybe they do their list like G-Webs, so the 5 above it are like massive lists of entire ethnicities.
Or, Hillary Clinton standing behind them with a gun to their head.
Could be.
You better put me in at least the top 10.
Nope.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh, so gross.
This chick was like, my daughter's getting her first vehicle, and it's bringing back memories of my first car. It was a hand-me-down 1976 Pontiac Bonneville. It's an ugly car.
Well, my mom gave me a van and that was it. With no fucking papers and nothing.
Give a guy with no papers a van with no papers. That's like double jeopardy,
Ain't that a bitch?
right? Man, that's a nice choice. Dude had a freaking Oldsmobile Cutlass from the 70s, the real long one that was shaped like the Monte Carlo back then. Did you hear about those 3 kids that got arrested for like stealing a car, and there was like a 4-year-old kid in the backseat or something, and they murdered the kid because he was old enough to talk and they didn't want to get identified?
Damn.
That's pretty shitty.
Yeah, I recall the governor of the state called the state's prosecutor's office and he said, "You will seek the death penalty." He wasn't asking, he was telling.
What state was this? Was it Michigan?
I want to say it was here in Texas, but I'm not 100% sure anymore.
How old were they?
They were in their late teens and early 20s.
Yeah, I think one was in his 20s and maybe one was 17.
Mississippi.
Oh,
6-year-old
yeah.
boy.
Why, man?
Pretty sure the governor is going to seek the death penalty.
Shit, he'll probably pull the damn lever himself. Oh, people just, I don't know. I don't know if like America's values have just gone down or we lost our morals or what, but yeah,
This
it's
is
just
funny.
crazy.
It's a picture of George Stephanopoulos, and it says, "Priorities. ABC is worried about potential anti-Islamic backlash after Manchester terror attack."
You mean George
kidding?
Snuffleupagus?
Yeah, are you kidding me? There's going to be a backlash, and there should be one.
Well, it's like G was saying in the chat. You can't blame all of them, but you gotta blame someone.
It's just shocking. So what's with this fad about rompers these days? What the hell's up with that shit? No?
I don't understand it. It seems pretty ridiculous.
New meme suit. Yeah.
It's like Steve Irwin had a romper going like 10 years ago.
What's a
Oh, shit,
romper?
right?
A romper is like a onesie that women are supposed to wear, but now men are apparently trying to get in on the act.
Did you see the mankini?
No, you're telling me about it though.
It's horrible. It's like, what, the Speedo wasn't weird enough? Mankini. You gotta find a guy named Harry. Look, it's Harry Mankini. Oh, my pills are starting to work. I can feel it. A bit of relief. It's too bad I don't have like Valium to go with it or something. Xanax. Xanax would be awesome right about now. Drug channels. Sorry.
And now you're really going to get the NSA coming down on this place.
Can't get popped. I think the terrorists don't like powerful women. I think you might be right. I wonder if ISIS has a deck of playing cards of people that they want to kill. Like Ivanka Trump is the Queen of Hearts or something. You know what I mean?
It could.
I don't think
At least we got a finance president's wife.
Oh, did you see what she did when they got to Saudi Arabia?
What
when
she
they
do?
first got off the plane. He like reached out to take her hand, you know, to come down the steps, and she slapped it away. She's like, "Don't do that shit in front of him."
Yeah, I saw that.
I like her. She's
Yeah,
got
she
weird
didn't.
eyes, but I think she's pretty cool.
She didn't wear the hijab either, which was pretty ballsy.
Yeah. Well, I think I brought this up yesterday, but this dude called, and he was a retired Marine, and he was like, he's really proud of our president for not doing those things, bowing, and not his wife not wearing a hijab or whatever. He's like, because the reason is, if you bow to a king as the leader of another country, you have just subjugated your country below his. Whereas if you look at him right in the eye and shake his hand face to face, you're saying, I respect you, but I'm not below you. That's a pretty
I'm no
powerful
bitch.
message. That's a good message to tell people too. You know, you're not trying to be disrespectful. It's like, how come Trump hasn't invited Putin to the White House yet? That should have been like the first thing he did when he got into office. That would have sent a message to people. You know? You will not drive the narrative of the relationship between the two biggest superpowers in the world. You're not going to drive a wedge between the two biggest superpowers in the world with your rhetoric and bullshit without evidence. And then shake that man's hands, look him straight in the eye, and welcome him to Washington, D.C. You know? That would have been a powerful message. Oh, you can't do that, though. Oh, no. That's collusion.
Oh, collusion.
I wanted to do an arms deal with Russia on day one. We just did one with Saudi Arabia, right? And they're like, look, I want to buy your 7M6, and I'll sell you XM109.
5452.
He's still bans are still in place with Russia, right? He hasn't lifted those, has he?
I don't think so. I don't see any Dragonovs breaking down our doors.
Yeah, he's probably waiting for the heat to die down with this
It ain't even
collusion
gonna
shit.
die down. It's like, you know, they call it a circular firing squad for a reason. It's just going to keep going. After this Russia shit, what do you think is going to be next? Taxes. They're going to go back to taxes.
Hell, I like his tax plan.
I like my tax plan. Get rid of the IRS completely. Get rid of income tax completely. Remove all of it. Just get rid of all of it. But wait, Ponery, how is the government going to run itself, and how are they going to pay for services for the nation? Easy. 2% national sales tax. Unavoidable by everybody. Everybody pays into it. And it's still progressively balanced because rich people are going to buy expensive things, and their 2% is going to cost more than the 2% you pay on milk. Unavoidable. No write-offs. Everybody just pays 2%. Job done. Legalize weed. Have Marlboro, Lorillard, and R.J. Reynolds, or R.J. whatever, in your office at the White House on day one and be like, you're going to immediately stop half your tobacco crops and plant pot. You're going to be able to sell it in the country in all 50 states, and we're going to impose a state tax just like we do with your tobacco. And that state tax will go towards making Medicare cheaper or eventually free for everybody or something, you know? Just something like that.
I like what G wrote.
How about going to the White House?
What clock?
What kind of clock can I make? Oh.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
that.
no kidding, right?
I heard that kid. He like sued the town or whatever, and the judge
Got thrown
threw
out.
threw the case out, and then he lost.
Federal court too.
Yeah, he lost the lawsuit against Ben Shapiro, and like he's got to pay all his legal fees.
Yep. That dude's got to go, man. He took off to Qatar, I think.
He might want to go back.
It was either Qatar or the UAE. But he went there to go to school, right? And then he ended right back into the country like 4 months later. He came back. And it was obvious because those people over there still saw him as an infidel and an outsider. They weren't going to accept him. They were like, who the fuck do you think you are coming over here? Like, you're one of them. We don't like you either. So he fucking tail between his legs, came right back to Texas. The only safe place for that little shit to go is California. Fucking send him there in a box.
Berkeley Wright just kicked his ass.
I want to see those 3 dudes in Mississippi. I know what you're thinking the next word's going to be. Because we were talking about Mississippi and death penalties and the fact that it wasn't covered on the news because it was a black-on-black crime or whatever. But I want to see those 3 in Mississippi, ... get pushed into a wood chipper. You thought I was going to say something else.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the clock boy to get invited to like Bill and I's new show. Be like, see, he built a clock. He's smart like me. He knows science.
Bill Nye's first guest is going to be Ivan Drago. Amazing that I am more qualified as scientist than you. I am far more qualified to manage.
Make lowriders out of fucking models.
Wait a minute. I used to do that.
Yeah.
Make 135th scale cars and put suspension on them. I used to do that shit all the time.
Fucking wire hanker and a fucking make it hop.
The only thing I wasn't good at was painting. I wasn't good at that. I could just do solid colors, but I got a friend who airbrushes. He's fantastic at it.
I can't paint with this shit.
I'm sure there's a racist joke in there somewhere. I'm just not going there.
Yeah, it's probably the smart move.
The mother of all clocks. Yeah, that's what we need. That's what that kid needs to make. America's version of Big Ben.
It goes boom.
So anyway,
Yeah, like it's taco night again.
it is Taco Tuesday. I watched the San Antonio Spurs get slayed last night. It was sad.
Oh yeah, my brother was watching that shit last night.
You know the really cool thing about that though? Was around 4 minutes to go, the fans started chanting for Manu. And then Coach Greg Popovich walked over to him, and you could see him point at him and then point out to the court. And I could see him mouth the words, "You want to go back in? They're calling for you." And he just kind of shook his head and waved to the fans. He was like, "No, I'm done. You know, I don't want to play anything." But then they started doing like they do in soccer matches and chanting for him. That was really emotional. But what was amazing is even though they knew they were going to lose, no fans left their seat. They all stayed behind to watch it to the end. Usually, fans clear out when you're getting blown out or whatever. Everyone stayed. That was awesome.
That's hard right there.
Yeah. I mean, I followed his career most of my lifetime because he's close to my age, and he's been around during the I-10 rivalry with Houston for as long as I can remember. So it's like I had much respect for him. And his post-game interview was pretty melancholy. But I don't think he's retiring. It didn't sound like it to me.
Yo, aren't they gonna face off with the Cavaliers?
That really depends on tonight.
Yeah,
Because,
I hate the Cavs, man.
well, I kind of have the same dislike for the Warriors, but then again, it's your right to build a franchise and a dynasty. The Warriors and the Cavaliers are no different than the '90s Chicago Bulls. That era. So I'm okay with it. I'm not.
Yeah, I grew up watching that shit.
I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm okay with it because it's their right to do so. As long as the players are willing to take certain salaries, we can't tell them what to do.
Dude, I'm gonna Golden State Warrior, man. I hate the Cavs, dude. I hate that fiction that keep playing for them too.
I would like to see Kevin Durant win a ring, but then again, they are a bit too strong, aren't they? And what had to be really sad was David Lee was playing for the Spurs and they got wiped out. It was like his old team just kicked the shit out of his new team. That's a bit of a downer.
Y'all got your Old West cards yet?
Oh yeah, you gotta get them on Kickstarter, man. On G-Wedge, huh?
I know. I'm waiting to get paid tonight, and I'll probably pick up a deck.
Yeah, man, tell me more. Maybe you should post the link too for the people on Gunchannels on YouTube.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get the link real quick for those Kickstarters, for those cowboy cards, man.
I got it. I'm on the
Make you the master of
homepage
bumps.
now.
Angry American is going to be the czar of girl of the day, and Knives will be czar of promotional bumps.
Yeah, I shared it with a couple of people on my Facebook. I don't know if they'll actually buy them or not, but
Matt is the czar of globalism.
globalist. Like, I just don't know that many, like, gun people on my Facebook friends. Like, I'd get my dad a deck because, you know, he likes, like, old westerns and whatnot, but he doesn't really play cards, so...
You know, the one thing I regret when I broke up with one of my exes was her grandmother had an autographed, gold-gilded John Wayne commemorative plate. She didn't
Nice.
she didn't give a shit about it. She just had it. And I used to look at it all the time. She's like, "You're welcome to have it if you want it." I'm like, "No, it's really valuable. I think you should hang on to it." And then when we split up, I was like, "Fuck, I should have took it." Let me mute real quick. I'm going to drill very quickly, furiously.
Yeah, so if you're listening on Gunchannels or YouTube and you want some cool Wild West cards, go to the Kickstarter page and pick you up a deck or two.
Yeah, for G-Wedge, man. Old West Guns playing cards deck.
Let me expand on that a little bit. The more people who participate in this Kickstarter, the more likely that G will be able to have these made in America. America. I think he had the bicycle card company make the original ones with the AKs.
Yeah.
So
K-Var.
as long as he reaches his threshold, was it K-Bar?
Yeah, I think K-Var helped a lot with K-Var and Arsenal, maybe?
Yeah.
So he says he needs 20,000 to get them made by, I guess, Bicycle, which is quite a lot of money, but it might be possible. The word of mouth gets out.
Yeah, don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com. Got patches and gun website, gear website, gun channel shirts, hoodies. Make sure you go there. Keeps the light on. Thank you. Gearwebsites.com.
I have to make an audio bump for that too. You know what symbols they use when they actually type in the clicks? Pretty cool, actually. They use an exclamation point and an X.
Yeah, I think I've heard that before. I don't know where.
Pretty neat. I wonder if like Dragon Naturally Speaking could pick that up and type it properly. Swahili version.
How you say your palms are man and clicking?
I think it would be Michelle Obama. Right? Sound about right?
Yeah. Wayne Brady.
Wayne Brady in drag.
See, I'm
So
glad
Wayne
I'm not
Brady.
the only one that thought that. I used to tell that to my roommate, and they just shook their head. They're like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
I
was
thought
like-
that the day I saw her. I was like, that's Wayne Brady.
Hey man, dude, you guys gotta hear this shit. So I was
The day
eating
he
one
was
day.
in office.
So I was eating my bowl of soup. My mom sits down next to me and she tells me, "Hey, you know, I think Michelle Obama is a man." I fucking laughed. I knew the whole
Shows a
time.
picture with the bulge.
Yeah, you told me to show her a picture of Wayne Brady, and I did.
Yeah.
Well, I read
It's not
something
a
that
coincidence.
some guy just wrote like a unofficial bio of Obama, and in it he says Obama thought about being in a relationship with other men, but he thought having a heterosexual relationship was less complicated or more complicated or something like that.
Oh, very Roman of him.
Yeah. So it's like, so maybe Michelle Obama could have been a man? Question mark.
Was it the Romans that did that? They had a wife, but they also had like a servant boy or something.
Yeah, that's where the whole like mentor comes from. Like an apprenticeship.
Oh, great! I'm gonna teach you life skills, but I'm gonna, diddle
Yeah,
you.
exactly. He's like, I'm gonna have
God,
to teach you to be a blacksmith, but for the next 7 years,
you're
you're
gonna
my bitch.
Oh my God, I did not know that.
Yeah. Yeah, they viewed women as strictly for reproduction, and they
That sounds
viewed
familiar.
man on man relationship as more of the pleasure aspect of it. Yeah, that's one of the thinkings on why the Bible talks about, man shall not lay with man. It's because they wanted to do everything the exact opposite of what the Romans were doing. Because they view the Romans as like a corrupt society, and that's why their civilization failed and all that other shit.
Oh, dude, there's a name I like, Nero. I was gonna name a dog like that. That'd be awesome. I looked it up. He used to be a fucking
Oh, Nero? Yeah, he was a horrible
yeah,
emperor.
yeah, until they fucking stabbed his ass.
Yeah, most of the bad ones end up getting stabbed by their bodyguards, Praetorian
I thought that
guards.
name was cool, man, but it ended up being a fucking rapist, a fucking child dingler.
Oh yeah, have you ever seen that movie Caligula?
I'm good.
It's like half hardcore porn, half decent movie. And it's got like pretty big time actors in it, but it's also got like straight up orgy scenes.
Didn't he have like this gigantic pleasure boat or something like that?
Something like that. I can't believe my high school history teacher told us this when we were in like 10th or 11th grade, and he was saying how one of those emperors, when he would go swimming, he would have like little boys swimming in the pool, and he would call them his minnows, and they would like nip at his body when he was swimming around. Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
You mean like those goldfish that nip at your feet?
Yeah, except they're nipping at other parts of your body.
Uh,
Yeah, it's really strange.
Come, my little minnows. Nip
Some of
my
these
little-
kings are fucking sick.
Yep, some cultures are better than others.
Yeah, did I tell you guys my mom's Jewish?
Really?
Yeah, she turned Jewish. She converted to Judaism.
Is there a pretty big following in like her social circles of it?
No, half of her friends are in it.
Well, if it brings her peace.
Yeah, it does.
I always thought it was funny, like the origins of religion. Testament, right?
Yeah, plus
Christianity is New Testament because they didn't like the stories of the Old Testament. And then there's a King James Bible verse because they didn't like the New Testament or whatever. And it was like the Romans are the people responsible for killing Jesus, but then yet they host the holiest city on earth, supposedly, because they wanted to control it, so they took it over.
Yeah, it's strange how that shit works out, huh?
I mean, that's like, in a nutshell, what, the first 2,000 years of organized religion?
Yeah. Well, you can't forget about the Crusades.
Oh yeah, they love to bring that up, don't they?
yeah.
You let someone bring up the Crusades, and then you remind them why the wall was built around the Vatican, and all of a sudden it's like they go mute.
Yeah. Well, someone always asks me, like, what do you think the most important historical thing there ever been? And one of mine's always, I can't remember his first name, but his nickname was Charles the Hammer. And he beat one of the Muslim invasions that came through Spain and Italy. It's like if he hadn't won that battle, we would probably all be Muslims. Like the whole world would probably be Muslim.
Charles Martel.
Yeah, that guy. And it's just like just that one little thing in history just has a huge effect. Like the unification of Germany would have a huge effect on Europe for the next 100 years.
Funny how that worked out.
Yeah, it's just...
We will build a Reich that will last for 1,000 years. 6 years later, oh, ach mein Gott.
Yeah. All
It's
for
over.
nothing.
Defeated by the Amerikaners. He was preceded and succeeded by Pepin.
Did you say Pepe? Like Pepe the
Pepin.
Frog?
No, Pepin.
Oh.
Oh, I saw the Justice song. That was funny.
So did Shia LaBeouf, did he give up his whole "he will not divide us" thing?
He
Nah,
must have.
they turned that shit down.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he must have after 4chan figured out exactly what house he was hiding in. That was amazing. I was so proud of Anonymous of that day. I was like,
Yeah.
you found that fucker because of forensics for wood.
It's weaponized autism. It's like, we should have put those guys in charge of finding Osama bin Laden.
They would have found him in the womb before he was even born.
It's like, it looks like this rock in a cave is this type of granite only found in this area of Afghanistan. Let's go, SEAL Team 6.
No, the reason that we have such a hard time finding terrorists is because Anonymous isn't on the ground to smell the dicks of the goats that they fuck. So they can't find the scent trail.
Oh, wasn't Eddie Griffin the one that said, how the fuck can they find my cousin in Compton, but they can't find Osama bin Laden?
Right.
Man, it must be lunch channels on the chat.
Yeah, my mom's like, I got hard shell tacos here.
Helga's. It's almost that time of day.
So did Trump do something with like holding hands? Smeggy's talking about in the chat. I don't know what he's talking about.
I'll take a look.
I don't know if it was like more 2 scoops of ice cream, fake news type shenanigans.
Oh, yeah, I got ice cream. I got pistachio.
No, the hand holding thing I think was his reaction to that Stephanopoulos story earlier.
Oh.
Where we had to worry about the backlash or whatever. It's like, if you don't want backlash, fucking quill your own bullshit.
So was he concerned that from Muslim backlash or people hating Muslims?
Anti-Muslim backlash.
Oh.
Anti-Muslim backlash. I don't know. I mean, think about it. It's like, when's the last time you heard of a Klan uprising? It's because we quell that shit that you don't hear about these things. And yet these people can't quell their own rednecks, you know, the rednecks of Islam. That's essentially what it is, right?
Yeah, it's a small minority
The
of
reason
just
they don't do it is because they're
whack
fucking
jobs.
scared. They're chicken shit. They're like, we can't do that because if they become powerful, then they will kill all of us as infidels. And it's like, well, then you should squash it before it grows.
Yeah. The problem is, it's like me and you, we could speak out against the Catholicism because they're not going to show up and kill us. Whereas like the moderate Muslims, they talk. If you diss the Muslim religion, you could get killed for it. So.
Wait, you don't know about the Iscario 13?
No.
Shit's real, man. The Vatican's assassin squad.
Oh, they just show up and throw holy water on you?
No, dude. They're armed like a motherfucker. Like, if that story was true, then if it was what we were led to believe, I mean, they got fucking SIGs, and they got fucking AUGs, and they got everything.
Yeah, I got an idea.
It's like, I watched Angels and Demons. I saw that guy. He was a fucking badass.
Hey, who's that guy that gets those child that show with the child predators?
Oh, Chris Hansen?
Yeah. Chris Hansen. Make him walk up to the door of those in Iraq and make him show him a picture of them. Was this you fucking your goat? I watched that. Fucking, here's a video of you fucking your goat with that UAV.
Oh, yeah, I remember that video. There's two dudes, too.
That dude saw the other guy just go in there and like, fuck it, I'll join.
Could you imagine what that conversation must have been like? It's like when dudes talk to each other in the sauna. Like the same idea.
Angry says if you talk shit about John Buss's Browning, Night Strike and Bob show up at your house.
Welcome to the religion. That was so funny during G's trivia show. Like, he said 1911, and the first thing I thought of for an inventor, I said Jesus. I'm like, wait, that ain't right.
Oh, I loved it. I think it was on Daily Gun Show when Dano and Bob started talking about the Browning high power, and like Dano dissed it, and Bob like lost his shit. Like, I'd never really heard Bob lose it before, but definitely don't talk shit about a high power because
why does everybody give shit about a high power?
he will go full Canadian on you.
Why does everybody talk shit about the high power? That's what I want.
I don't know, because it seems like it's a pretty good gun. I mean, shit, how many countries use the high power for like 80 years?
Because they're hated by Glocktards.
Shit's made by Browning. Shit, it must be good.
See, I'm always option number 3. Like, you got Glocktards, and then you got high power people, right? And then they like vehemently hate each other. They're constantly at each other's throats. And then here I am just sipping on a latte with my Beretta. And it's like, whatever, bitches. Mine's from the oldest gun manufacturer in the world.
It's like the 40 guy. It's like the 9mm and the 40 guy and the 45.
Come on, man. Espresso, a Beretta ATX, a Lamborghini Miura, and a really hot Italian wife. That's all you need in life.
Just give me
Maybe a yacht.
15.
A yacht at the freaking French Riviera.
Give me a 69 F100. Put a 04 Cobra motor in it with the Kenny Bell. T56 transmission and the fucking IRS in the rear.
See, now you're just talking porn and filth at this point.
Yeah.
You're rapping off part numbers that I understand, but it would be like trying to talk to a non-gun related person about reloading. They'd be like, oh, I just see a bunch of numbers. I don't know what
Her name is Sony.
God damn it.
Hey, you know I won that shit yesterday.
I didn't get to hear it in time. I didn't get in time. What was the question?
The Browning. No, it was the Mossberg. How many shotguns they have? Fuck, I forgot what it was.
Somebody said it was number of 410s or something.
I was trying to find the number 8 since I didn't have my contacts on. And I was trying to find. I kept pushing 7 and 9 and then 8.
Yeah, I was hanging out with my lady friend last night. I missed the quiz or the Daily Gun Show.
I was fucking around.
Too cheesy. Because people just, spam the numbers. No, I mean, if you had a caliber question, that's different. But I mean, just when you have to do like a quantity or something, it's too easy. It's just like Tourette's and vomit with the numbers in the chat.
Angry said it was a reused Dano question. Man, I emailed Dano like 8 pretty good questions, and I don't think he's used any of them.
He'll get to it.
And it's all movie related. It's all guns used in movies.
Just give him the same one over and over.
Yeah, I was gonna do movie guns too. It'll probably drive him crazy.
See,
when I send him down, he'll probably do like a whole month's worth of them.
See, he could use my James Bond question since Roger Moore died today. It'd be a perfect time to use it. It's actually, unless you're a huge fan of James Bond, it's kind of a tough question too.
I expect you to die.
Since it doesn't seem like I could probably say it because I don't think
I'm gonna get angry right here. I'm gonna get angry, confused right here. Name the name of the drink, martini, that Bond actually sat down and drank in Goldfinger.
Oh, a mint julep? Mint julep, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because he was in Kentucky.
Yes. It looked so good.
Yeah, mint julep.
Like when I first saw that movie, I was like, I gotta try one of those. And they were really good. It's almost like a mojito.
Well, my Bond question was, what was the name of the James Bond film where he didn't use a PPK, and what gun did he use instead?
It was a P99, wasn't it?
No. Or I think I stated Roger Moore James Bond film.
When he used the AR-7?
No, it's Octopussy, and he used a not a P99. It was like Walther had just come out with a new pistol, so they're trying to get people to recognize it. I'll have to go Google it real quick.
Yeah, see, even Angry was like P99 and Tomorrow Never Dies.
He uses a Walther P5, and it's the only Bond film up until, I guess, when he switches the P99 that it's not a PPK.
Oh, he says P5 also.
Yeah, we'll see. Angry's smart with gun trivia, so.
Look at me. No, I've got full bars. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
You had a PPK, didn't you, Sean?
Yep, that's the first gun I ever bought.
Was it a 380 or a 32?
380. It was a stainless one. It was a Smith & Walther.
Oh, I gotcha.
I didn't mind it. Like when I originally ordered it, I didn't read the description. I thought I was getting a blued one. I ended up getting a stainless one. And when she opened the box and I looked at it, I was like, no, this is okay. I'll go ahead and take it. Now I want a blued one.
Yeah, I definitely want a blue one. I'm kind of hoping Walther starts making them, like, again, at some point.
I just can't justify the $800 price tag. I think that's ridiculous.
Well, my gun, there's a gun shop up here. They had a used one. It was a stainless one. And I think they wanted, like, $450 for it, maybe $500.
Yeah.
And like I was just waiting for like my permits to come in. So I was like, man, if they still have that Walther, I might buy that. And like went in
Yeah, my
there
range
to
they gave me 600 for it when I traded it in, because I got my 686 from them. And I think I paid $30 difference after tax. So my PPK and $30, and I got a 6-inch 686.
Yeah, and I went back in a gun shop and someone had bought it. It was crazy.
Yeah,
While I was in there talking to the guy when I first saw it, another guy came in and he was trying to sell his PPK. He's like, man, I've already got one that's not selling, so I can't like really justify buying another one. I kind of want to be like, how much you want for that?
Right. Yeah, I want one with a threaded barrel this next time.
Do they make them with threaded barrels?
Yep. That, and I think it's a Beretta 415. I think that's what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's just the Minx, but
Oh, is that Bond's original gun?
yeah. In 25 ACP.
Yeah, my old roommate, he's got a really nice PPK. And I told him, I was like, if you ever sell this thing for any reason, let me know. I will buy it from you. So it's like a pre-68 German-made one.
It's just hilarious. He had a Beretta 418 with no grips. He called it the skeleton grip. And it had a threaded barrel to support a silencer. It's 25 ACP. It don't make that much noise.
Yeah, they make some noise, though.
Yeah. The only thing that's annoying about my Jetfire is it ejects the cartridges straight up and they hit me in the forehead all the time.
Oh, the 950. Yeah, mine's got the same problem.
I mean, I don't know if it's designed that way or what. Like, I started holding it at like a 45-degree angle, all John Wick style. I'm like, that solves it. Send him into the wall. Tony on granddaughter duty or what? Or did his payment come in and took off to the gun show, or gun stuff?
Check
Probably
cleared.
more likely.
It's like, check cleared, boys. I'm going shopping.
Right. Gotta see my taillights off in a fucking distance.
Good show this way.
Does that law that Dano has to abide by, where he has to wait 3 days or whatever, is that the entire state or just his area?
I bet it's the entire state.
That sucks.
Mine's the whole state, too.
It's like, how the hell do gun shows work then? You go, you see, you pay, they set it aside, you come back 3 days later to their actual storefront?
I guess so.
That sucks.
Like in some of our gun shows, the sheriff is actually at the gun show, and if you don't have a pistol permit, you can go like talk to him on the spot, and he'll run the NICS check right there and give you out permits, so you can buy pistols at the gun show.
I guess that's kind of cool.
But I think only certain sheriffs do it.
I don't know. See, in Texas, it's different. Like, we have gun show seasons, literally seasons. Like, right now, we're in the end of the spring season of gun shows, so there's not very many. But in the summer, it's like every weekend for the next 4 months, which is awesome. But
Yeah,
here, they do it right, because we've got vendors from all over the state. They drive 6, 8, 10 hours to get to Houston to do their gun show tours. And it's like, if you had to do a 3-day waiting shit here, fuck that. Because that guy's going to be like, okay, yeah, you can buy it here, but you're going to have to meet me down in Brownsville in 3 days. Fuck that.
yeah, we have one in Raleigh about every other month, every 2 months. And like, I swear, the first half of this year, they were having one like every month. I think they probably thought Hillary was going to win. So they went ahead and just scheduled them as many as they could.
Yeah, we have them every weekend. And in the summer, and in the autumn, most of the winter. It's the spring where they're a little further spread out, but even then, it's not that bad. I'm gonna take a look right now and see where the next one is. Okay, yeah, the one that kicks off the summer is June 10th. That's when they're gonna have that Texas Antifa get together too. That's gonna go real well.
So the Antifa can actually buy real guns this time.
Yeah.
I don't think they can afford it.
There's one on the 10th, and then there's the next one is next weekend at a different place, and then there's another one the next weekend at a different place, and then there's another one the next weekend. That's when it starts. There's only 2 in July, but still not bad. I like the Pasadena gun shows because the venue's a little bit smaller, and sometimes you get more interesting sellers. Like I get the Milsurp guys over there, and the really cool thing is free parking. Whereas the downtown ones, like the biggest venue we've gotten, and you get to pay for parking.
Hangry says they'll probably go to the airsoft booth.
Yeah, they got to stock up on ammo, right?
I better go paintballing.
Damn it.
So I feel like after that last Antifa protest where they were like throwing explosives and bricks at people, I think the left is kind of wising up to them. They don't want to be associated with anything to do with them.
Yeah. You guys are like the modern day Klan.
Yeah. It's like I'm just waiting for Sessions to come out and be like, we're designating Antifa a terrorist group.
Sessions. What's the name of the guy that was in All in the Family? I keep forgetting his name. It's like Carol something.
Archie Bunker?
Yeah. His real name, though. Carol.
Oh, Carol Connors.
Yeah.
Carol O'Connors or something.
It's like him and Jeff Sessions, and there's a couple other famous actors that are kind of older. You can look at their face, and you can visualize exactly what their face looked like as a baby. Like Jeff Sessions reminds me of that kid from Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh, the youngest ones?
Yes.
Stewie?
Yeah. He looks just like him.
Yeah, he kind of does.
That's your daddy right there. Or you tell him, it's like, this is what you're going to grow up to look like. No!
I remember when It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia first came on. I was like, man, that guy from The Sixth Sense looks just like Mac. And then, like, in one of the seasons, they shot a promo where they actually used that actor playing Mac. I was like, see, I wasn't the only one that thought he looked like him.
Good time.
Ugh.
I love having to rebuild a case before I even get to build the machine that's going in it. Do extra work.
Yeah, extra work sucks.
That quote, not me, Mac. I never like to pay the same real estate twice.
Dude, I gotta wait 3 more months so I can start working.
What?
Yep.
I'm sure there's a racist joke in there somewhere. Night Strike was here, he'd be like, end of the growth season for the year. You're not going to have a job at all.
Fucking Night Strike.
Right? See that? I'm setting up Night Strike. Holy shit. Who came and delivered that? Where was I? Man, my female man snuck in here today. I didn't even hear the door open. She was here and gone. Didn't say a damn thing.
So John Brennan admits no Trump pressure to end Russia investigation.
I'm so fucking tired of hearing about that.
No.
Well, that's
You
all
wanna
they're
have-
going to talk about until he's exonerated.
If they want to talk about it, they need to present evidence first.
Yeah.
This
All the evidence
hearsay-
is classified.
No, this hearsay witch hunt is bullshit.
Yeah, that's what Trey Gordy was fucking
This isn't-
talking about.
This
Well, name the
isn't proof.
people.
If you say it enough times, it's going to be true. Oh my God! You went for a ride in a Lada. You're a communist. It's in Ukraine. What are we supposed to drive around in? I wonder if we should ever make It's a woman in power too, isn't it? Woohoo.
Man, now every time I look at Jeff Sessions, I'm just going to think of Malcolm in the Middle.
Yep. That's the first thing that happened to me when I saw him. I was like, holy shit, it's Malcolm. Or it's Stewie.
I still think Ben Carson kind of looks like an otter.
He does.
And like
Or
when
sloth.
it reminds me of an otter, like when he talks with his hands and he puts his hands up,
See if I...
like he's holding like a clam or something.
It's either an otter or a sloth. Like, he could be Sid from Ice Age.
Hey, who's that character that plays Sid?
Hmm?
Who's the character that plays Sid?
John
John
Leguizamo.
Leguizamo.
Yeah, he plays as a comedian too.
Oh, why not? Tim Kaine looks like the Grinch.
Tim Kaine looks like the creepy uncle your mom never lets you hang out with by herself.
Right. The Grinch.
Yeah. Oh, I still love that VP debate where Pence was just like,
He
"That's
destroyed
even
him.
low for you, Senator." They're talking about abortion.
Just left him for dead.
I was like, anyone who says that Pence did not wax the floor with this, you're just in denial.
Right.
Say that was a classic political moment. The best was when they were counting the votes and all the Democrats were like, "We're opposed to this electoral college count," and Joe Biden's like, "It's over, people. Get over it."
Right.
And like Paul Ryan's just laughing at him behind in the background.
Yeah, why the fuck do we still have Paul Ryan up in the fucking?
I don't know, because he's definitely getting shit done.
Is he really? I mean, you did look at the budget, right? There's nothing in there. It's all crap.
Well,
$1 trillion
they need to
for 4 months.
throw that HPA in there. Maybe they won't notice it.
Everything that they said was going to be in the omnibus spending bill didn't make it. Everything they said they were going to defund out of the spending bill was left in it.
Yeah, it's. I don't know why we keep voting for those guys, because they clearly don't do what we want them to do.
Right.
But I guess it's better than the Democrats.
I'm just wondering why the fucking Democrats are so fucking old. These motherfuckers should be in the fucking
I saw
people's home.
something the other day on Instagram, Sean. You would have liked it. It was a guy with a revolver cylinder full of bullets, and it was like the finger fidget for a men or something.
Oh, yeah. People are freaking out over that these days.
Yeah, it's like
Freaking out with that thing.
I read a story the other day that some girl was playing with one and it flew apart and a piece like got lodged in her throat. And now they're like, dear parents, if you see your child playing with these, they should be taken away immediately. Because one kid choked for like 30 seconds.
If it could save just one child.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm cool with that. I support that fully. Let's take away these stupid little widget things and give kids BB guns again. They're way safer.
I know. I used to walk around my neighborhood with a BB gun, and my mom was just like, "Don't point this at anyone. Don't point this at the cops." And I never got in trouble.
Yeah, but you remember when we were kids and we were playing with toy guns, they had a little orange cap. The first thing we would do is take the cap off because we thought it looked stupid.
Oh yeah. Man, I remember I had some really realistic looking cap guns back in the day.
I've got an old percussion cap gun. I'm pretty sure is a real gun.
Oh really?
I'm fairly sure it's a real gun. But it was sold at a garage sale as a toy. That was the amazing thing. It's a double barrel percussion cap pistol. It's about 14 inches long.
But technically it ain't a gun according to the ATF.
Right. I wonder whatever happened to it. I don't remember where I left it. It's in the house somewhere. I remember I took it apart and then refinished the wooden flooring on it.
Well, I remember I think it was on a Daily Gun Show. They talked about whether, since it's not technically considered a gun, if felons could walk around with like percussion cap guns and not get in trouble.
I think so.
I was
Could you
like,
imagine the fallout on CNN?
yeah.
It's like, we must do something about these rapscallions and their percussion cap pistols.
No, they would just say they're AR-15s.
Yeah. He has a percussion cap AR-15. It's an assault cap.
It's got high capacity cap capacity.
Yeah. Oh, we lost Cuchillo.
Now he's out in the chat talking to DB.
So here's the deal.
Yeah. Do you want to know what's the real deal here? Let me tell you.
It's all a global conspiracy.
Yeah. Psychic vampires. Psychic vampires and the pedophiles.
So you just take two words that shouldn't go together.
Yeah.
And they just sound epic.
I think Joe Rogan even was like, psychic vampires. It's like, I'm not made of literal vampires, Joe. They'll suck your blood or anything.
Nacho testicles. They're a new menace facing a global conspiracy. What's up, DB?
God, that was a good podcast.
They don't actually suck or blow.
I'm here for advice, man. Seriously, I need some reloading advice.
Okay.
I'm trying to reload 22 LR by hand with potassium nitrate I made from old piss and a Brillo pad. Wait, what? Hold up! Hold up! Oh, Mr. Knives, you fucking bitch.
I got bad news for you, man. I'm anti-rimfire, so I'm like the last person you could ask that question to.
So here's the deal. Fuck rimfire, son.
Fracking with the 30-footer.
That's right.
Yep.
D-Berry.
Mini 30s, mini 30s.
That's funny, actually. I know a guy that's about to buy one. Like, he was offered a deal on it. He's gonna get it for like $400, and it's all customized out.
Tell him do it if it takes AK mags. If not, throw in the garbage. Garbage.
That's what I told him. I was like, my concern about it was the proprietary magazines.
Yeah, it'd be
And
a
the
good.
cost.
Yeah, it'd be a good rifle if it was $400 and took AK mags.
It'd be a good rifle if they got off their ass and actually made it accept AR mags.
How hard would it be to take the MIM mold that they got and like change it to AK mags and to be like, yeah, Mini 30 version 2 takes AK mags? Like maybe. Now you know it'd be impossible, I think, because of the bolt, right? The bolt's not gonna line up and all that shit.
Well, I mean, if they
Anyway,
can get it
fuck
to
'em.
use an AR-10 mag, that'd be fine.
Garbaggio.
Garbage.
Listen, man, garbage.
Garbage.
Garbage. How was Matt's chat last night? I missed that. I was busy.
I did too.
It was okay.
I was on the phone with a buddy in Manchester. His daughter got hurt real bad.
No, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I was on the phone with him most of the night, so.
That is fucked up, man.
She's had 10 blood transfusions since last night. You're gonna get us dinged for that?
Who the fuck is playing gay-ass music, man?
I had a Snapchat from Snapchat just showing me some video.
That shit sounded like Kim Kardashian taking a shit.
then putting it on Rate My Poop.
Yeah.
Did you hear the latest about that crappy family? Like, Kylie Jenner is fighting Khloe Kardashian for Tristan Thompson. I'm like, are you serious?
Who cares? Like,
yeah. After you cut your penis off, I don't really care what you're doing. I'm not.
Daughter, son, whatever.
Once you cut your dick off, you prove to me that you're untrustworthy.
There you go. Your argument is now invalid.
My dingling, my dingling.
Yeah, you're just really someone I don't want to break bread with.
it's like, I used to be your dad, now I'm your mom.
You might as well be Cat fucking Stevens. You know? I don't want to talk to you, Yusef. All right, hold on, man. I'm
So
trying.
Yusef Muhammad.
I'm trying to get my shit. Hello.
752.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give me number 1 and number 2. And a Diet Coke, please.
What?
Better supersize that shit. Yeah, I saw like phone videos of what happened over there. It was crazy.
Yep, you too.
Total chaos.
Oh, the bombing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one that was like in the concert hall and you just hear the explosion. You can just start seeing people like scurry out, screaming.
Don't worry. Lively will explode by tonight, I'm sure.
Dude, I was telling somebody, like a family member, like, you know how easy it would be, like, seriously, you know how easy it would be to, like, do some shit in America, fucking retarded. Then, like, why it doesn't happen. Like, it's shocking that we don't get attacked by terrorists, like, every day or every week, you know? Seriously, it's ridiculous. We're so lucky, man.
It might just have to do with how many of their jihad missions we undermine by tapping their phones and everything, you know?
I mean, that's like a guy, Sebastian Gorka or whoever, like, there's other people who say the same shit that, you know, once we have a 1% Muslim population, of that 1%, half of them are women and children. Of the other half that are men, like, some of them are young, and, you know, I mean, well, you know, they're just not into it the way they are. You get to a point where you're getting 10% Muslim population, then you're getting a lot more attacks and stuff like that. So either way, I'm shocked that it doesn't happen here, man. It's pretty shocking.
You never hear about it happening in Russia either. I wonder why. No, really. It's like,
Putin take care of Chechens.
Yeah.
I think so.
They
Like,
did
he
one of
was
the worst terrorist attacks in history was in Russia.
by
Is that the
ISIS.
theater massacre or whatever?
It was a school, Beslan. And I think they killed 300 kids.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, I remember they did something and like the Russian special forces just came in there and just killed everybody.
Yeah.
Put them all to sleep.
It was really fucked up.
Yeah.
And the way they killed the kids was, they were shooting them and blowing them up. But then they took them hostage and they starved them to death.
Jihadist bastards. Well, I keep reading things like coming from Chechnya. It's just like anti-gay policy in Chechnya, and it's like they never mentioned that's like Chechnya is predominantly Muslim. It's like that's why they're getting thrown off rooftops. It's got nothing to do with the Russians.
Nope.
Fucked up world out there.
Fucking bombing here in the United States. Fucking CNN be going, we have a mass shooting.
Yeah. It's high capacity pipe bomb, AR-15.
With clips. Magazine clips.
Yeah, I just remember after the Pulse shooting, like Don Lemon was on there saying like, yeah, you can go into this gun shop and buy an assault rifle without a background check. I was like, I want to know the name of that gun shop. It's like MP5, here I
Gun
come.
shops. If you have a concealed carry permit, you don't do that shit where I live.
But
Yeah, I
it's-
could get one down the street, down the corner.
Yeah, it's the same way up here. If you got your CCW, you don't have to fill out anything.
Nope. And other than that, Don Lemon's an idiot. Right, so.
Yeah, he is that. I always like it when they
And they're gonna
get called out for being fake news, and then they all get worked up. Like, we're not fake news.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Yeah, I want to see Don Lemon go in and try to buy an AR-15. Fucking
In Manhattan.
they do a background check on his ass.
How the best was that reporter tried to buy an AR-15, and they're like, yeah, we can't sell you this because you have like some domestic violence criminal record. He's like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, you beat your wife, we can't sell you a gun.
Was that on live TV?
No, it was some journalist
Background
talking
checks
about how
profile
easy it
people.
was to get like an AR-15. He's like, it's so easy, I'm gonna go buy one, and then they didn't sell it to him because he had a record.
I heard a pretty sad story the other day that the French are getting, when they replace their FAMAS, they're not going to surplus them out to where like people like us can buy them. They'll probably just give them to like their ancillary colonial type countries that have a heavy influence on them, and then whatever else that they don't away, they'll just destroy.
That's stupid. But then again, we have those stupid import laws, so to get them even over here, they'd have to.
I don't think we have any ban with French imports though.
Well, I don't think it meets the sporting clause.
It's like
they
we
would
can't
have
get
to,
British L85s and shit either.
like they would have to like ship it over as like a parts kit, and someone would like have to make like the receiver here, put it together.
I wonder if the Canadians get L85s, because then they would just buy their surplus, possibly.
I think
Be
they
right
use
back.
a M16 variant.
Probably.
Yeah, I wish they would get rid of that law, because just think of all the cool shit they could start importing.
Don't the Canadians get like a Chinese-made M14 or something that we can't get?
Yeah, they can get into Rinkos and shit.
And my dad and I had a pre-Banderico Mac, and I was just like, why'd you sell it? But, you know what that thing is worth now?
Yeah.
I mean, it worked out in the end. The guy we sold it to rebuilt the engine and the transmission and the transfer case in my Jeep. Didn't ask for a cent. So
Yeah, I was in the gun shop one time, and a guy came in. He was trying to sell a Polytech Legend. I can't remember how much he was asking for. Of course, like the pawn shop was trying to lowball him.
of course, it's like, let me get out the blue book of gun values and mark it down 40% max.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in Bass Pro Shop yesterday because I met a guy to sell an AR to. And I was looking at their guns, and it's like they're selling at like MSRP or above. It's like, how do y'all stay in business?
There's one deal that they have in mind that is fair. They do carry the Uberti 1875 Outlaw revolver, the nickel-plated one, for I think $550, which is where I've seen it everywhere else too. And like you
But
can
yeah,
take the one behind the glass.
it's like, you know, I was asked to hold the SIG P320, so I'm thinking about buying one at some point, and they wanted like over $600 for it. I was like, this
Corporate
is
pride.
like it's crazy. It's like they're selling Gen 4 Glock 19s for like $619.
That's insane.
Yeah. It's like clearly you're not getting your money from firearm sales.
Yeah, like Texas, Glock, 350 to 450, those are all synonymous words. All of them.
Oh, just got an email from Night Strike's favorite place, Palmetto State Armory.
Yo ho ho.
Man, I go answer the phone for like 2 minutes and everyone just goes quiet. People are on like, oh my
I
god.
just barely came back, dude.
They're like, did everyone mute themselves? I'm like, the FCC penalizes for dead air.
Dead air.
The FGC, the Federal Gunchannels Commission. You had dead air. You fail. No buttercups for you.
Buttercups, you say? Are they chocolate?
Speaking of, have you seen those half-pound Reese's cups?
Shoot.
There's 2 in a box, and they're about the diameter of a coffee cup. I was like, oh my god.
I don't know.
They're
That's
huge.
my brother right there.
I need one of those. I was like, I will name it Donald because it's huge.
Huge.
I told my dad about that. He's like, I don't think I could eat a half-pound peanut butter cup. And I'm like, you know what? I'll try.
Don't worry, I got this. Hold my dear.
Put that shit right in front of me. Right, yeah. Exactly. I'm telling you, man. If there was a terrorist attack in Russia by ISIS, hashtag scorched earth policy, that would be trending on Twitter because he eradicates everything south of his border.
Cue the Moabs.
I don't think the Russians have Moabs. They have Foabs, father of all bombs or some shit. That's what they call it. Let's turn this on, I guess. You see the bullshit. There we go, back. Yeah, I think we're prepping for Amazon's crazy summer list. My warehouse dude still is in a fucked up arm brace.
Hey, you need a worker?
Maybe. I don't know. Especially if I get laid up from work, somebody's gonna fill in for me for a couple of weeks at least.
I like doing grunt work.
No, you could probably do this. There's really not a whole lot to it. That's why I don't mind helping him out. It's just something different from my normal every day. Thing is, because he's down with a broken arm, I have to do all of them on top of what I do normally. Same damn paycheck.
Yo, my mom was telling me about the my uncle has a heart problem. He takes garlic in the mornings.
I do too.
Oh, you do that shit too?
Yep. That and I eat a lot of Italian food.
Yeah, he takes one tooth of garlic, chops it up, puts it in water, and then chugs it down.
I take a supplement. It's called garlic, but it's basically just minced garlic and it's like that, essentially. No, it's good for you. Cleans your blood out. See, the problem I've got is once you get that buildup, it doesn't go away. Like you can't melt it away because it's fat or something, right? Flat. And if you melted it and it breaks apart, they're like little clots and they go in your brain and they kill you. So, which is funny
Yeah,
because I look at my dad and I'm like, oh, that's great. So instead they put this little stent thing in there and they just push it to the side and squish it. It doesn't actually solve a damn thing. All it does is just it's like putting a brace on a crumbling wall type of an idea. I mean, I feel better than I did yesterday, but I still feel like shit, It's just less shitty.
yeah. I hope when you're home, you don't have stress.
the idea is when they finally put me down for work, I can put in a supplemental claim and take some real time off. I've never, ever, ever took a vacation from work. Like usually when I travel abroad, it's because, well, back then it was because when it was in between jobs. But most of the time when I travel abroad, it's usually just for like long weekends and things now. So it's stressful because I don't get to take my time. I could use like 6 weeks off. That'd be great. It'd remind me of what I was like when I was in college. Get up late, eat whatever I want. Well, I guess I couldn't eat whatever I wanted anymore.
Dude, I'm fat. I eat what my mom cooks.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not fat. I'm not even close to fat. Barely, because I'm pretty decent with what I eat. But what I had eaten for the last couple of months before this all started, they weren't good for me. It was like fast food all the time, every day. And I think I accumulated all the wrong things at once. So now it's like I'm trying to be extra careful. Just be mindful of what I eat. I don't know. It's like I don't even eat Alfredo, and that's like my favorite food because it's all heavy cream and butter, and I'm sure that's not good for me.
That's the shit.
Yeah. I mean, and like Tony said, it's not cut it completely out of your diet. It's limited, you know. It's like if I had it tonight, it'd be the first time in months. I think it'd be okay. What's really funny is I was on this kick where I was eating like shredded wheat with frosted shredded wheat or whatever, and I actually like it, so it doesn't bother me that I have to eat it. But I was eating that twice a day, every day, for like 4 or 5 weeks. What's really funny is I felt pretty good, after I ate it. So I was like, it is what it is. Squippy.
Hey.
Live from the Great White North.
Yeah.
And then my phone rings. I'll be back.
Here, let me fix my
Booty call.
earbuds. How's everybody doing?
Hey, Squib, how you doing, man?
Oh, better now that I'm getting out of work.
Shoot, I wish I had a job.
Why ain't you working?
I got vision problems, man.
I thought you got that corrected. I thought that's what you got that loan for.
Yeah, I did. I'm still working on paying it off.
Oh.
I do odd jobs.
Well, you're working on stuff what you can when you can, but you can't go back to full time because your eyesight hasn't recovered yet, or?
Nah, I got contacts, so they want me to wait 3 more months.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all I ever do is work. I'm one of them workaholic kind of people, So if I ever complain about being tired, I do it to myself.
I get that from my dad. I'll complain and bitch him out, but I'll still do the job.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, there's plenty of work out here in Michigan, that's for sure.
Oh, hell no. Are you driving home?
Yeah. Yeah, I just walked out of work. Usually as I'm walking out, people stop me. Hey, can you fix this? Hey, do you think you can look this up for me? Hey, what do you know about this? How do we get this? What's the procedure for this? Man, send me an email. It's 5 o'clock. But they know they can ask me that because I'll turn right around and go back to my desk and boot up my computer or go into the maintenance cage and open up my toolbox and get my tools and start fixing or whatever. They know I'll stay because been doing this for a while, so it gets around. Oh yeah, it's kind of like that cereal. Get Mikey to try it, right? Yeah, they know I'll stay and do the work. So, like I said, I do it to myself.
Got a diesel?
Yeah, I bought it. Let's see, what about 13 years ago, 14 years ago, something like that. Back when I had money. All the working I do, you think I'd have tons of money, but I used to. It'd be nice if I could take the engine and the transmission out of this and just drop it in a brand new truck body, because in Michigan all this road salt just tears up the vehicle. Between that and all the potholes, just tears up the vehicles. I remember when I lived out in California, seeing all these old cars and people were driving them to work every day, and I was thinking, wow, in Michigan this kind of car would sit in somebody's garage because they'd be afraid to take it out. They wouldn't want to get no rust on it.
Saturday, Sundays is a car show.
Must have been boring. That was my least favorite kind of phone call.
What happened?
It was I ordered an apple and you sent me an orange. I hate those. I'm like, well, you got the latest one. He's like, that's irrelevant. I'm like, oh, you're gonna be one of these guys. Anyway, I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, I ordered an apple. Why you send me an orange?
Do you give the customer the option to cancel if you don't have the item in stock?
Generally, what we do is we email them and tell them, hey, what you ordered is outdated. This is the new one. There's no extra cost. Do you want us to send it? But it didn't happen this time.
Oh.
They sent it anyway, which my boss is notorious for doing. Because usually most people don't complain about getting delayed with infiltrators, but this guy did. Shit, that's loud. I'll meet that next time.
Don't bother me. I used to work in shipping and receiving, so.
I don't. I'm driving nuts having to do it all day. Anyway.
Having to weigh everything and plug the information into the FedEx computer and pack it with babo wrap.
Oh, I got that automated pretty good around here. Every label printing machine has its own scale.
Oh, nice.
And each one's set up for a different courier too. So.
Any of those scales weigh in grains?
One of them does.
Nice.
All my scales at home do.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny, man. Like, there was a county sheriff who came by my house. He was asking questions about like things going on in the neighborhood. There were like string of robberies. And I was standing there right next to my reloading bench, and he was like, "What's with that scale?" He thought I was dealing drugs.
Well, it's the same kind. I mean, it'll slide in your pocket, and
I was like, "I'm a reloader, dude." I was like, "Look at the bench." He kind of leaned over to him and he goes, "You know they use those for drugs." And I'm like, "Well, they also use it for reloading."
yeah, Sean, I get the same crap with the lights that I have for my reptiles. They're the same kind of lights you'd use to grow pot.
Yeah.
So people see the lights coming out of my house at night and they think, oh man, he's got to have a whole farm downstairs. Yeah.
Hashtag fruit scale is now trending on Gunchannels.
Nice.
I remember the first time I saw an iguana and I saw that big ass scale, I was like, oh my god, what if that popped? This chick was like, it won't pop. Creeps me out a little. Anyway. Yeah, after a couple of minutes he leaned forward and goes, do you reload 40? Like, nope, sorry.
Well, at least he didn't make a comment about, you know, that your guns are used, could be used in a crime, you know, then you got to go back at him and go, yeah, and it could also be used to protect me because you can't be here all the time.
I was like, I have guns because they can't fit cops in my pocket. No, he was cool about it. I mean, he was like, do you reload 40? I guess he actually wanted to get into it. Like, in most cases, it's cheaper to buy it than it is to reload it.
Unless you had some sort of custom load you wanted to make for it.
Yeah, that's why I told him. I was like, if you want to do a pet load, and you want to do it in high volume, you save a lot of money. But I'm like, if you're just talking about plinking rounds or whatever, just here and there, it's not worth it.
Well,
not when I've got a freedom so close by.
Well, yeah, you do have that. But what about reloading 10 mic, and then you could still use 40 for that, right? The same dies, right?
Yeah.
Or,
usually, if you buy the 10mm die set, it works for 10 and 40.
Okay, well, 10 is a lot more money.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
John
can justify
says you gotta
the
mute your output because you can hear himself, so he can hear us.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
All right. I don't really mind. I'm used to it. They can deal with my drill, but they can't deal with that. Anyway. Now, if I get 10mm, I'll probably reload it. Because the brass for 10mm is pretty pricey. So. Shit. How am I gonna get that back? Pretty sure it fell in here. Damn it.
Isn't the Chris Vector in 10mm?
Yeah, I think if I got a Vector, I'd get it in 10. Kind of dig it. I think it's pretty cool.
Do they sell standoffs for 10mm?
Not yet. Chris is working on one. I think they're trying to make like a 30 rounder for it. It'd be awesome if they can make a beta mag for it.
Hell yeah. For 45 too?
Maybe like a 50 rounder. It doesn't have to be huge. Then again, I mean, if you can make like a 30 rounder and the base of the magazine has like finger grooves.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you can like reach down and grab it in a real low light situation. Cool. Oh yeah, we've reached the final hour. Woo.
We got hit or miss, right?
Tonight we have the Daily Gun Show.
Andalusia Armory.
In Andalusia Armory, both happening at 7 Eastern.
That's a good show.
It is a good show. Shop talk. If you want to know what it's like to be after hours in a gun store, shooting the breeze and talking about the daily news, you're going to love Andalusia Armory.
You should watch that.
That is followed by Hit or Miss, Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock Eastern. I believe that wraps us up on Tuesdays. I think it's just those 3 shows tonight. Like that ought to hold you. I got a phone call I have to make that I'm just dreading.
Put it off till tomorrow.
No, because I need to really get this shit done. The quicker I get my cards, the quicker I can make my appointments faster. paperwork gets done quicker too. They don't like when I bring in my temporary. They're like, we really shouldn't be taking this. And I'm like, well, that's all I got right now, lady. Fucking take it.
You still got problems with your insurance not getting your cards right?
Yes. I'm getting the circulars in the mail and I'm not getting the cards. I'm like, what the fuck is going on over there?
Any chance your boss is going to get you guys better insurance?
No, we don't have enough people here to get company insurance. My boss doesn't do it. I did this on my own. Like you have to have 50 employees before it's required. And we don't have 50. We only have 40. On another note, though, one of my competitors actually is a place that I worked for. It was my third job, I think. The owner died, but not before he divorced his wife that he cheated on with. She tried to commit suicide. Now she's a quadriplegic. And the new wife is the one that took over the company. She's a ballet dancer. She knows nothing about business. So naturally, this multi-million-dollar electronics company closed its doors to walk-in customers for the first time since 1996. Which must make that shop real quiet in the daytime now. That's got to be boring as fuck. On the plus side, the call center would definitely pick up. I have a funny feeling if that woman who's quadriplegic somehow makes a recovery, because they said lately she can feel her toes again. So maybe it was just a really bad bruise or something on the spine, but maybe she'll end up having to come back to help the woman who cheated on her, the other woman, you know. Like that's all they have in common, but now they have to hold the business together or something. Makes for a good story.
I think there was a sitcom like that back in the 80s. Two women were married to some guy, and they got his private investigation company or something and had to work together.
Huh. I'd watch that. I'd probably watch that. It sounds kind of like a good plot. I don't think we're going to get that freaking tornado and rain that they were warning me about earlier. It just doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Could you send it over to Michigan? That way I don't have to go for my evening walk tonight. I don't feel like it.
It is coming. It's moving fast too. Severe thunderstorm watch until 11 p.m. Ooh, scary. If there ain't no tornadoes, I'm not interested.
Anybody got any plans for Memorial Day weekend?
Yeah, try not to just spend it all in bed.
Pick up dog shit.
Now, the bad thing about Memorial Day weekend is it's a reminder that there's yet another class of students graduating, and that just makes me feel 1 year older.
You are 1 year older, and next year you'll be another year,
I
and
reject your
another.
reality and substitute my own.
Stop.
Now wait a minute though. You're about to go through the golden caliber years.
Man, I'd rather go through the golden fucking 20-something girls' years.
Okay, so you just did 38 special, and then next is 40 Smith and Wesson, and then 41 Magnum, 44 Magnum, 45 Long Colt, 460,
Magnum,
yeah, and so on and so on.
480 Ruger, 475 Linebaugh too. Ooh, that might not be too bad. Hopefully before my 44th birthday, they'll have a Glock 44 in 44 Automag. That'll never happen. But I'd buy it if they did.
Isn't there some custom gunsmith that can make this dream gun for you?
Oh, if I was gonna get a custom gunsmith to make me a gun, I'd have him make me a 1911 with an 8-inch barrel and 454 Casull.
Figure Coonan would be all over that.
Well, I did talk to them. They said they could make one for me, but it would cost me like $30,000. Because
Well,
it's
that's not bad for a one-off.
Yeah, it's a CNC one-off pretty much. And I gave them like all the specs. I was like, I want it to be ported at the barrel, and I want it ported right at the end of the chamber too. And they're like, why is that? And I'm like, because it has to simulate cylinder gap to take a little bit of the pressure off, so it doesn't blow up on them, in itself. And they're like, oh, we didn't think about that. So it has one port at the breech, or in the chamber, just north of the chamber, and then regular ported barrel. And make the whole thing out of like 465 Carpenter steel. It's gonna be heavy.
Heavy is good.
Yeah, got to work out so I can use it. What's really funny is the guy I talked to over there, he's obviously an anime fan. He was like, do you want us to inscribe Helsing Arms Corporation on it? And I'm like, that would be cool. That would be very cool. I was like, but to be fair, you should put Helsing Arms Corporation, a subsidiary of Coonan. That way I can give credit for who made it. Talks got pretty serious for a while. We were talking about like magazine capacities and how it would chamber and how it would be able to behave with a larger rim. I was like, basically, you just have to take your Coonan Classic and blow up everything like 40%.
Do you ever feel like you're wasting your talents because you're not employed with a firearms manufacturer?
Yep, every day.
Okay.
I thought about it, like just pack it up, starting over something, doing that. But I'm not an engineer, so I've never taken any formal training or a score for engineering.
Just bring Smeggy down there, or you guys meet in the middle and.
Well, I could be like that guy Fromer from World War I. I mean, he wasn't an engineer, but he was fascinated with guns, so he just kept tinkering until he came up with one that worked. Matter of fact, CN Arsenal just covered that yesterday. They released the Fromer Stop episode. It's pretty good.
Well, Kalashnikov wasn't an engineer, right? He was a locomotive repairman or something, right?
Yeah. Samuel Colt wasn't an engineer at first either. He was just like observing like a paddle wheel on a steamship or something. At first, when he was young. That's how he came up with the revolver cylinder idea. Some shit. Oh, good ideas always come from the strangest places.
Well, I see a lot of the manufacturing on the automotive side where I'm at. And the place I work at can do prototyping and limited small production runs. and I see what it takes to map out a part, design it, test it, machine it, or whatever you've got to do to make it, and then do the tooling, and then go into mass production and train a workforce, get a factory, and blah 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 blah. Some of the excuses that I hear coming out of the firearms industry, I just don't buy. I mean, we could make guns in our prototype shop. Granted, we wouldn't be able to turn them out in volume because we're not a factory.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff is not as difficult as some of these guys say. But I think that some of the people that make the decisions in the automotive side, you go to the auto show and you see these concept cars and it's like, oh man, this thing is great, I'd definitely buy this, and then they never make it. And they do the same thing in the firearms industry too. It's like, this is exactly what everybody wants. Nope, we're not going to make it.
Oh, you mean like the Hudson H9?
Well, it's just like the people who say, oh, well, we're not going to make reproductions of old guns because it would cost so much. No, it wouldn't. It would actually cost less to make it today than it would back in the day where you had to do everything by hand, because now everything's all CNC. All you have to do is replicate the parts. All the quality control has been done. All the testing has been done. All the engineering is done. All you have to do is replicate the parts and assemble them.
Yep.
That's it. They've done all the work. The patents have run out. There is no excuse. Oh, well, it's harder than it. It's this, that. No, you map out everything, and they've got computers now. You can put a part on a table and map it out. It'll transfer it to a program. You stick it in the CNC. You load the steel. Done.
Yep.
The hardest part would be having a labor force to assemble it at a factory and dealing with all the labor issues.
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, it just kind of baffled me when there were all these shortages during the panic buys in the past, and they were saying how hard it is to turn out the parts. No, it isn't. Hire 2 more shifts and run 24/7. They do it in the car plants. Whenever, if cars are selling good, they'll start a second shift, a third shift. They'll open up another factory and stuff like. I mean, it's not instant, it's not overnight, but still, they pick up the slack when there's a big demand for cars, and when there isn't, they lay everybody off, and that's kind of the downside. But I mean, how hard is it to make magazines?
Did they do that with a fucking Expedition?
The Excursion.
The Ford Expedition? Or Excursion, whatever it was?
Yeah. They rushed it because there was a high demand for it. And then once that demand tailed off because of the hyperinflation of oil because of fucking OPEC and speculators, that truck died quick.
I remember the SUV was everywhere.
I still
Well, they make more off of SUVs and pickup trucks because it costs almost the same to make an SUV or pickup truck as it does a small car.
Yeah, because most of the tooling's already done for the truck.
Well, that's part of it, but I mean, some of your biggest expenses are just having the factory and the labor and all the transportation of parts and other materials back and forth. Okay, so the vehicle weighs a little bit more. So it uses a couple 100 pounds more of plastic and steel. Otherwise, though, it takes the same number of processes to make doors and hoods and that sort of thing. So, the people go, well, yeah, this vehicle is twice as big, so that's why it costs twice as much. It's like, no, they make a major profit off of it. They don't make hardly any profit off the little cars, but they have to make them because of EPA regulations. They've got to have so many fuel-efficient cars for all the gas guzzlers.
Yep, they do that in Europe, too. That's why Aston Martin had to buy the rights to the Toyota IQ, and they call it the Aston Martin Signet, because they didn't have any car other than V12 and V8 supercars. And they had to come up with something cheap. And they sell the Signet for like 40 grand. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, maybe that's why some of these firearms manufacturers have some of their guns are imported and they're cheaper. And then they've got the other ones that are made here that cost more. And, maybe maybe it's something similar. Not necessarily that they're trying to meet emission standards, but for profit margins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the thing with like an Excursion is they're actually easier to make because everything's so big. You can get your hands in there to assemble them easier.
Right, and so many of the parts are already interchangeable with the Super Duty.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I don't know. I always wanted to buy one, and then cut the rear wheel wells, put an F-350's wheel wells on it, and then put like a Dana 135 rear axle from like an F-550 tow truck. It would be awesome. Here, back.
Hey, it's quip.
They'll open
Yeah.
it for you.
Have you done any reloading yet?
I haven't done any reloading in about 5 or 6 weeks. Last night, while I was on lock and load, I made one 44 Magnum cartridge. One on a single stage press, the slow, old-fashioned way.
Hey. Slow.
Okay, I had to put it in the bullet puller twice because I cranked down too much when I was trying to seat the bullet, and it was way under spec. So I had to mute my mic and put it in a little bullet puller there, and slam it against the floor and seat it again. And I was really kind of doing it half-assed.
When I use the kinetic hammer in my house, because I reload in my room, so it's like it's in the corner of my room, and I just hit the carpet and foundations right underneath it, right? Well,
Yeah.
that thump reverberates through the whole house, all the way across the other end of the house.
Nice.
Like sound travels through the foundation. My dad was asleep; he was like 80 feet away. He comes over to my room. He's like, "What the hell was that noise?" Pulling bullets.
I'll use that when I have to, because it'll fit so many different cartridges, but I prefer using the die and pulling it out on the press if I can. But I didn't have one for 44 Magnum, so I need to get that on the grocery list. But I've loaded 44 Special, I've loaded 7.62x25 Tokarev, 45 ACP, 8mm Mauser, 223 Remington. I think that's about it. I've still got reload dies that I haven't even taken out of the package yet. Just don't have time.
Yeah, I didn't learn about the importance of case trimming until I started doing this 30-30s. With everything I've been reloading, it's straight wall. You know? And after I started hydraulically crushing a few, I'm like, you know what, I better measure these. And sure enough, I had to trim like all of them. They were all different sizes.
Yeah, I don't mind taking my time. I mean, at some point, I'll get a progressive, but I'll probably get that like a lock and load already set up for 9mm, because that's something that I'd want to mass produce. Really, the 223 Remington, the 45 ACP, I should mass produce too, but I don't mind taking my time. So
I do want to get it done, but I mean, it's going to be sort of wasted on me because I usually only make like 300-400 at a time. I don't know. If I ever get that Vaquero in 45 ACP, I'll start handling 45 ACP.
I've already started saving money by reloading my 45 ACP as opposed to buying it.
Then the trick is just making sure you have all the same 45 ACP cartridges, because some take large pistol and some take small now.
Yeah, I broke, what did I break? I broke, what's that, Lee Bench Prime? That one that they just came out with the end of last year or something. Yeah, I broke it because I didn't check. And I know the difference because the Blazer ones use the small pistol primers. And I didn't check, and I'm trying to jam these large pistols. Yeah.
That
So
could have been dangerous.
no, it just broke the tool, but I fixed it. So, and I do have them separated after I tumble them and whatnot. I separate them into different buckets.
Yeah.
Because right now I only see it in the Blazers.
I think Federal does it now too.
Okay.
The new stuff. The old stuff is large and the new stuff's small. I saw Jiu-Jitsu do a video on it. I'm pretty sure they were Federals.
Yeah, he does great videos.
Yeah. He's the one that actually got me into this. It's like I'm one of those people who don't mind sitting down to an hour-and-a-half video on something. You know, I don't want like a 20-minute thing, which is funny because when I edit my reloading videos, I try to keep them right around half an hour. Sometimes
I don't mean them. I don't mind them being long as they explain them well.
Yeah.
I've seen some that just they didn't explain enough, and other ones where that's great that you're going into detail, but your camera's not pointed at what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not one to talk. I've never made a video, so until I do it, I won't know how hard it is.
Making it's easy, editing it's a bitch. I lost all my master files of the videos I already made, which I guess is not a big deal. But I thought I lost the software too, and lo and behold, I found it last night on a different hard drive. And I'm like, oh, thank God, it's still here. I just have to reinstall it. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to format those original drives because there's like a million check files, check folders, but nothing really here. And it corrupted everything important to Windows. The program files folder, the Windows folder, the users folder, everything I need is missing.
Can't you pay one of those overpriced companies to recover all of the data?
No, because they're check files. They got renamed. Then I used a program to see what they are, and half the program can't read it. And Windows disk checker or whatever, it can't do anything with it. If I boot from the original 2 drives, it tries to recover, but it fails immediately. I'm just like, it's fucked. It's all the productivity parts of my computer that are missing. Like all my games and shit. Those were never on there in the first place, so it's no big deal. No loss. Most of the games I play are online anyway. So.
Yeah, but still, that sucks.
It does. I mean, I am one of the few people who can say I had an operating system built for 9 years without any connection. Most people can't say that.
Oh yeah, knives. Also, I think I've already reloaded 303 British. I can't remember if I did or not. I want to say I've done that one. I've still got, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 different reload dies that I haven't used yet. So
I didn't want 303 until someone sent me some 303 brass, and I'm like, I want an Enfield. Like all of a sudden, I was like, I want an Enfield. Then I have an excuse to load this.
well, the PPU ammunition's not too bad for it as far as cost, but it's just some places, you know, I've seen it out of stock before, or if you get the American stuff, it's definitely really expensive and whatnot. So it's just cheaper to reload it. Plus, it's not hard to reload, and I've got 2 different Enfields, but I don't shoot them very often. It was just, why not?
Yeah, the casings I've got are, I think they're all running heaters, but they were the higher dollar ones.
Yeah.
Cellier and Bellow makes really good brass too.
Yeah.
Like whoever makes it for them, it's good quality stuff.
Yes. I'm always preaching buy American, but there is some foreign stuff that I don't mind buying, and yeah, the S&B and the PPU, I've never had an issue with it. Whether buying reload supplies or just buying whole cartridges, brand new, I recommend it. It's an affordable alternative, and they've got some cartridges, or at least the PPU, they sell some cartridges that other companies don't make anymore. So, yeah. So
like Japanese rounds, Argentinian rounds, PPU makes all that shit.
Most of the foreign guns I have are milsurp, and very few that I have are new. But sometimes, you know, they don't make it here in America, so that's where you got to go.
Yeah, no choice. Federal doesn't make Tokarev ammo.
They don't have it in American Eagle?
I don't think so.
I know Winchester does.
Do they?
Yeah, Winchester makes it, but it's pretty pricey.
Low production.
Well, at least at the gun show it is. Probably online it's not, but yeah. All right, guys, I'm home. I'm gonna go inside and get some dinner. It's Taco Tuesday.
Everyone keeps saying that. Awesome. Enjoy.
Yeah, thanks. Talk to you later, Sean. Talk to you later, Knives.
Alright. Hey, Sean, how much time you got left?
A couple minutes. I'm gonna box these two up and call it a day. I just finished building the other one, so. Yeah, it's funny. Like sometimes I don't want a gun until I have the brass for it, and then I think, yeah, I want the gun, so that way I can have the excuse to load the ammo for it. Like the more I look at a Martini Henry, the less I want it. Now I want a Martini Henry that's been rebarreled in 4570. That would be appealing to me. It's like a retro mod, you know.
Doesn't 4570 kick like a mule?
I wish I could tell you, but I haven't shot mine since I bought it. I know it's kind of weird because I got it back in January, but my doctor says I can't shoot. Not right now. And he's not anti-gun. He's a hunter. He was like, I wouldn't recommend that recoil in your body right now. All right. It's funny when he starts the conversation with, I'm going to shoot straight with you. I was like, oh, great. He's got this in his consultation office. He's got the mounted head of a ram that him and his son hunted in South America in the mountains. It's amazing. And then he's got an ibex from I think Hawaii, and he's got an impala from Africa. He's got a couple of deer, and he's got a caribou. So
Ibex. Ibex is kind of like one of those deers, right?
Yeah, it's like a deer that's been put in a Xerox machine at like 75% or something. I think Hawaii told me that they have them. HBS told me they have them on his island, and Island Z told me they have them on his island. And they're kind of small. But this guy's got all those. And he showed me the pictures of when they hunted the ram. It's gorgeous. Like the head of this thing must have weighed about 300 pounds. It was big. The head was huge. He was like, yeah, there's a picture of me and my son, and they look like they're leaning up against the side of a mountain that's almost a sheer cliff face. I'm like, how did you get that shot
mountain ram?
Yeah. He was like, that ram was on one across the hill about 600 yards on an incline just like this one. You guys are crazy, man. I'm gonna go hunt with you. Told him about my bear. He was like, yeah, I've yet to do that. He was like, I don't have the balls for that one. I'm like,
You gotta walk down. You gotta go get the ram. Walk down with the ram.
Oh yeah, he said it took him an hour just to get to it. After they shot it, they had to like mountain climb down the one they were on, and they had to, mountain climb up the one that they shot on that. Pretty much. He's got some nice toys, man. He's got some freaking Magnum runs I've never heard of. They're like 4.5 inches long casings and freaking bullets that are 1 3/4 inches long. Holy shit. Take down an elephant with this. And he's like, yep. Like, have you tried? And he goes, nope. He's not one of those, don't shoot it unless you're going to eat it. But he doesn't see the point in shooting an elephant. I can respect that. But if I shot one, I'd eat it.
My dad told me, he always told me about hunting stories, but about my uncle. He had a black powder gun. He was loading it. My dad was telling him, don't not put it that hard. You know how you put the rod down just to stuff it in a little bit more? The fucking rod went up in the air. Logo had a face full of fucking black powder.
Yeah, I figured. I hear that a lot. People like create a spark and they set off the black powder. I heard a horror story about a guy who did that. He was using a ramrod. He kept the rifle between his legs. He was working the ramrod, and it sparked somehow. And the rod went up through his chin, out of his upper lip, and through the top of his nose. Like he impaled his face to the cleaning rod, or to the ramming rod. He survived. Needed a lot of stitches, but it just sounds awful. Like, nope. Nope.
Yeah, my dad got yelled at for that one. That was my dad's younger brother.
This sounds terrible. Man, is this guy really incapable of backing in? I don't know why they keep sending us these fucking rookie truck drivers.
Back that ass in.
Well, like, he was in the shop 10 minutes ago. He was asking, hey, you guys have a dock? I'm like, sort of. You have to back in. I was like, I got forklifts, don't worry, we'll get you loaded up. All right. I think, oh, never mind. He is back there. I just have a second truck here. It's about that time. I'm going to go ahead and shut down for the day. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Get ready to tune in for the Daily Gun Show. It's coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye,
Bye, everybody.